foul at number 15, Ezekiel Caborda. Christie coming back in for the Braves. Ewan Sikwa for the Red Robins. Shooting 2, Jillian Hollis. Second foul at number 23, Ewan Sigua. Substitution, Gabriel Mercado for Ewan Sigua. Substitution, shooting 2, Christie. Start of the second quarter. SSC-R for Chilean Altas. Shot clock at 14 seconds. Shot clock at 14 seconds. Number 8, Gabriel Mercado, that's his second personal. Time out, Arellano, Braves. Shooting 2 shots, John Ray Ladita. 2 on Arellano, substitution. MJ Bernabe, Jillian Wallace coming back in for Mapúa. Together with 30, Doctor. Number 27, Axel Mendoza, that's his second versatile, team foul number 3. Ian Nuka for Gabriel Mercado. At the line, shooting 2, Jillian Wallace. Foul number 29, Ian Nuka, that's his first versatile, team foul number 3. Shooting 2 free throws, Ingron Manansala. Station Gabriel Mercado for MC Bernabé. Tika. Chris Maname. Pushing foul to number 61, Lawrence Milius. It's his second personal. Technical foul at number 8C, Martin Pangilinan for unsportsmanlike behavior. One technical free throw for Jillian Wallace. Shooting 2 free throws, Jillian Wallace. possible AOV. Challenge is unsuccessful. Latica, that's his second personal, 1 on Arellano. Gabriel Mercado shooting 2. That's his third personal, 2 on the Braves. Warning on number 11 to the Altas for making a foul. Seconds on the shot clock, 9.9 seconds to shoot. The Arellano Braves will opt for the coach's challenge. second personal substitution. MJ Bernabet. Ken Castro coming back in for Mapúa. Shooting 2 shots, Axel Mendoza. Fishing foul number 16, MJ Bernabet, that's his third personal. Substitution, Gabriel Mercado, Killian Palmas coming back in for the Red Robins. Also, Killian Duca. Shooting 2 free throws, Chris D. number 0, Aaron Manansala. That's his first personal, team foul number 3. Shot clock at 14 seconds. Substitution, Arellano for Roy Reyes. Foul number 29, P.M. Duca. That's his second personal, team foul number 3. MJ Bernabe for P.M. Duca. Lawrence Milius, shooting 2. Foul number 61, Lawrence Milius, sends his third personal. At the line, shooting 2 free throws, Arellano. Station Chris Mohammed for MJ Tournament. Number 61, Lawrence Media's penalty. It's his fourth personal. And Costa for Cyrus Mao. Killian Wallace shooting 2 free throws. Shooting 2 free throws, Arellano. After 3 quarters, it's the Arellano Braves 80, the Mapúa Red Robins 75. Castro, Roy Reyes, MJ Bertame return for the Red Robins. John Ray Latinga shooting 2. District Valley number 0, here on Manansala, that's his second personal, 1 on Arellano. Jillian Hollis shooting 2. 11, Jillian Valles. That's his third personal, 2 on Laurent Robbins. Technical foul on number 11, Jillian Valles, for unsportsmanlike behavior. That's his fourth personal, team foul number 3. South Station, Lawrence Beda. For Axel Mendoza. Cyrus Yamao coming in for Mapúa. Ken Orita coming in for Arellano. One technical free throw for Chris D. Shooting 2 free throws, John Ray Ladina. Personal 2 on the Braves. Shooting 2 shots, Roy Reyes. Shot clock, 3.8 seconds to shoot. Station, Gabriel Mercado. For MJ Bernabeu. Sean Franco, that's his third personal, team foul number 3. And line shooting 2 free throws, Roy Reyes. Christie coming in for Arellano. Pushing foul to number 27, Alan Reloj. Gabriel Mercado. For Cyrus Mao. Shooting 2 shots, Sean Franco. Pushing foul to number 27, Alan Reloj. That's his third personal, team foul number 4. 14 seconds. Semifinals. 30 knocked out for Jillian Mollis. To free throws, John Ray Ladika. On his free throw for Arellano. Substitution Enrico Guerral for Axel Mendoza. Foul at number 27, Arellano. Penalty. Lawrence Reyes shooting 2 free throws. Score the Mapúa Red Robins 90, the Arellano Braves 99. They take game number 1 and now lead the series 1-0.
After 37 game days, we are back at the Mecca of Philippine sports, the Araneta Coliseum, for the semifinals in NCAA Season 101, Building Greatness. For the first time in 3 seasons, for the first time since they last won the championship in NCAA Season 98, the Letran Knights are back in the top 4, and they face a team that ended their 4-year drought of finishing out of the top 4, as they are the #1 ranked team in Group A at the end of the classification round, the University of Perpetual Health System Delta Altas. They will figure in a best-of-3 semifinal series against the Letran Knights, who are riding on a 4-game winning streak. And later on, banggaan ng mga bigatin dito sa Group B as the Beda University Red Lions take on the Benilde Blazers in a series that is also a best-of-3. Maraming salamat sa lahat ng mga nanonood ngayon. We are live once again from the Araneta Coliseum and all over your TV screens on Heart of Asia. And we'd like to remind everybody to support and follow and subscribe to our social media platforms at GMA Sports PH to get exclusive highlights and interviews with your favorite players and teams. At syempre, huge shoutout na rin po sa lahat ng ating mga kapusong nanonood mula sa iba't ibang panig ng Pilipinas at sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng NCAA Philippines. Mabuhay Pilipinas! My name is Anton Rojas, working alongside former NCAA champion, strength and conditioning coach, and the longest tenured analyst here on the NCAA broadcast panel, Coach Hammer, Martin Antonio.
Longest tenured?
Yes, sir.
Grabe ka naman. Good morning, magandang tanghali sa lahat na nakatutok sa atin. Morning, Anton. This would be a very, very good start on this new format that we're having going into the semifinals.
We will have a brand new champion as Mapúa has been eliminated from the competition. And these two teams na maghaharap ngayon, very hungry because yun nga, it's been 4 years since the last time Perpetual entered the top 4. Eto namang Letran, they haven't been back in this stage since winning the championship in Season 98. So bagong kabanata, mga bagong muka for the Perpetualites at yung mga Letranista, gutom para sa kampyonato.
Definitely. And parang hindi mo masasabi na 4 years lang dahil nagkaroon tayo ng pandemic, nagkaroon ng lull. Mahaba-haba rin yung inantay ng Perpetual. That's why they're really looking to barge into the finals. But again, first things first, they want to take care of Letran. And Letran naman, after being absent for the final for a couple of seasons ngayon, they want to stamp their class in Season 101.
And of course, to help us out at courtside, she was able to speak to the coaches and the players. We have Bianca Tagarda, and she will be our eyes and ears in the huddles and of course the dugout para sa ating coverage ngayon. Babalikan natin si Bianca in the first quarter, but let's take a look right now at the situation. The top 4 teams here in the semifinals, we will have a new champion.
Well, as it should, the group of death provided 3 members here in the semifinals. Sabi nila, Group B daw, bakbakan ng laban. Letran, Beda, Benilde, nakalusot yan. From Group B, Group A, the #1 squad, the Perpetual Altas, took care of business early, eliminated the GRU Heavy Bombers, and they went to the final. For pinakamahirap na daan, of course, was the Letran Knights that needed to win twice against the hard-charging Arellano Chiefs, and they are scary in the years to come.
Scary is the word to describe Colegio de San Juan de Letran. As I mentioned just moments ago, 4-game winning streak, and mas tumibay pa itong kumunan ni Coach Alan Ricardo with those 2 character-building wins against Arellano in the quarterfinals. But etong kumunan ni Coach Olsen Racela with these 2 players, Mark Goho Cruz, MGC Air Gojo, and of course Patrick Sleet, the player that followed Coach Olsen Racela to Las Piñas. They're ready to help the Altas advance to the next phase of this tournament.
So si chairman, tsaka si vice chairman ng Perpetual. I mean, Patrick Sleet had a monster double-double. When it comes to assists last game, he was the main point of attack. He started strong early, provided fireworks, and Mark Goho Cruz was the guy that supplemented that. Goho Cruz led them in scoring, but again, the focal point of that attack was Patrick Sida. Antabayan na natin how these two will fare against the much deeper defensive rotation of Coach Alan Ricardo.
Mark Goho Cruz has led Perpetual in scoring in 7 of their 14 outings here in season 101. Expect Goho Cruz to come up big as the sophomore takes on the Letran Knights and Jimboy Estrada alongside the young man many have been describing or labeling as the best point guard in collegiate basketball, Jonathan Moses Titing Manalili.
So mga Guardia Civil kasi Guardia sa Intramuros. But again, Jonathan Manalili has been better than advertised, which is a tall order. Everybody was expecting him to dominate right away. But Titing Manalili, almost a double-double, but great numbers for him. But the guy that they should be keying on, who has been lights out the past 2 games, is Jimboy Estrada. His numbers reflect it. Mamaya pag-uusapan natin. 14, 4 boards, almost 4 assists, 1 steal. But his shot making gives a different wrinkle para kay Coach Alan Ricardo.
Now we looked at the dynamic duos for both sides, but the X factors are going to be the forwards, John Abis and Kevin Santos.
All right, 8 points, 7 boards, almost 9 points, 3 assists, 1 steal, half a block para kay Abis. Sa kabila, another guy who's playing out of his mind. Almost 12 points, almost 8 boards, an assist, a steal, and almost 2 blocks per game is Kevin Santos. Mamaya, mas mataas pa yung mga averages na pag-uusapan natin throughout the ball game.
John Abis playing in his 5th and final season for the Perpetual Altas. Kevin Santos, 1 more year of eligibility. This is his 4th year, but it's up in the air. It's his decision whether this will be his final season or not. Abangan natin yan. But right now, bakbaka na. It is Perpetual versus Letran here in the semifinals of NCAA season 101.
Good morning, mga kapuso. Mula sa Araneta Coliseum here in Cubao, Quezon City, ito po ang inyong NCAA Season 101, Building Greatness live ngayon sa the heart of Asia, worldwide sa GMA News TV, on my live streaming bus at gmanetwork.com, and the Philippines website, YouTube, on Facebook. Game 1 of our best of 3 series, Seniors Division Semifinals. It's the Perpetual Altas taking on the Letran Knights. And now, let's meet our starting 5. Starting with the Perpetual Altas, and guard number 9, Sean Orgo.
The only coach who has stuck with his starting 5 for the duration of the entire season. Coach Olsen Rosella with the Perpetual 5 of Sean Orgo, John Abis, Patrick Steed, Mark Goho Cruz, and the man in the middle, Jericho Nunez. At para naman sa kubunan ni Coach Alan Ricardo, we're taking a look at Chad Gaman, who will be getting the nod to start alongside Titing Manalili, Jimboy Estrada, Kevin Santos, and Mark Denver Omega. There's always that one player, sometimes it's Gaman, sometimes it's UC, who tries to give them bonus points sa pagsisimula ng ating laro.
Well, at the end of the day, it's who finishes games. The start will give you an advantage early, but who finishes games secure you the W's. You want to lengthen your rotation, you want to provide instant impact for the younger guys. Remember, that spot is for the younger guys. Si Gaman, si nabanggit mo nga. Inaantay ko ba yung Benilde? Kasi maganda rin yung nilaro niyan in the junior, so he's waiting his turn. But again, as you pointed out, Coach Olsen sticking with what has been working for him. Guys who have been in the program for the past 2 seasons, and for Patrick Steed for more than 2 seasons. So, antabayanan natin how this would fare against Letran.
And I like how this game started. Mark Denver Omega giving Jericho Nunez a nice hug. Mark Denver Omega spent 3 seasons with the Perpetual Altas, so he still has some love for that school. Sleet with a miss, Abis with a dip in.
And this is a good sign for the Perpetual Altas. This is how they started against JRU. Uma-atake si Patrick Steed, and with that being said, that gives him a different kind of attack, a different focal point para mas ma-pressure release yung mga ibang tao. Sa kabila naman si Manalili getting an early basket.
And Manalili did not score a field goal in their last game against Arellano. He had only 3 points, so that's a good sign for Manalili.
Well, they'll take the 12 assists because when Titing Manalili is a facilitator, that's where he is playing his best.
Manalili, 6-0 are the nights when Manalili has at least 10 assists per game. Goho Cruz, binigay kay Abis, back to Air Gojo.
Disciplined execution. That's what Coach Olsen Racela is banking on. This is a very disciplined team, offensively and defensively. Watch how they would pressure the perimeter guys. They had a bad shooting game against Letran in the elimination rounds when they met. So antabayan na natin if they would exercise those demons.
Goho Cruz defending Manalili. Omega, baseline drive. Omega mishandled the basketball. Santos underneath the ring. Omega runs out of time. And now we get our first courtside update. Bianca Tagarda has this to tell us. Bianca?
The boat is sinking. Sasama ba kayo? Those were the exact same words of Coach Alan Ricardo nang tinanong ko siya kung ano ba ang susi sa bawat pagkapanalo ng Letran Knights this season. Kagaya nga ng bangka na kinakailangan ay may tamang balanse for it not to sink. From a 0-3 start to now being only 2 games away from the finals, Coach Alan believes that it is faith and hard work that brought them here. Nagsimula nga raw ito from their win versus their arch rival, the Beda Red Lions, which is a big morale booster for them. At para sa semifinals na ito, Coach Allen is firm that their boat will not sink. Basta sama-sama nila itong itataguyod with everyone embracing their roles and believing on each other. Anton and Coach Hammer.
And Coach Hammer is able to relate to that report by Bianca Tagarda.
That's been the message of our coach when we were still playing, when we were younger, with the same head coach, and it's nice to see him implementing it with this bigger program. Kasi Letran is up and down throughout the season and they faced injuries din. So they are peaking at the right time.
And ito yung bonus points na sinasabi ko. Chad Gamad draining a triple. So Coach Alan Ricardo pulling the right card to start this game. Sleeped on the move. Omega tapping it to a friend. Interception by Abis. Ball na kay Nunez. Nunez will head to the line.
Ton, I was looking for points of emphasis for Perpetual, as you see this Goho Cruz transition basket, to have an advantage. Dahil pag tinignan mo, ang lalim ng rotation ng Letran. Two guys that really need to play well is itong si Nunez, to at least battle the production of Quincelida and Omega, because between those two guys, you're looking at a double-double automatically for the past 2 games. And yung unang lalabas off the bench, which is JP Boral, they need outside shooting against this Letran squad. So it's a good sign that Nunez is a little bit more aggressive here and demonstrative and active itong Perpetual Altas.
Perpetual shooting 23.8% as a team from beyond the arc. So something that Letran could try to challenge Perpetual to do. But right now, they are playing that man-to-man. Orgo in his 4th year as a point guard for the Altas. Goho Cruz banking it home.
Nailed 4 3-pointers last game in their quarterfinals matchup. Might be the most consistent outside shooter for the Perpetual Altas. Somebody that you don't need and won't leave open.
Gamad for 3. Another one. And Chad Gamad is low-key one of the deadliest snipers in the NCAA. He's shooting 38.2% from beyond the arc.
Oh, and a lot of color here with Manalili and Mark Goho Cruz.
Yeah, they've been playing against each other since high school.
Yep. Just competitive. Competitive, smiling to competitors being at each other's grill. Di aatras parehas. Dugong NCAA eh. So double foul yung tinawag sa kanila.
Abis. Goho Cruz, binigay dito kay Slit. Gamad is on Orgo. Goho Cruz wants to post up Manalili.
Oh, this is a second foul of Titing Manalili. But he has Coach Allen's trust.
There was that one game, that first quarterfinal game against Arellano when Manalili picked up 3 fouls in the first half. They throw it out to Sleep. Sleep to Abyss. MGC for 3. Nunez offensive rebound. And Gama gets it up ahead to Santos. Santos switching hands. Orgo picks up the loose ball.
Good defense by Patrick Sleep, just going vertical.
Abyss. Baseline spin. Kicks it out to Sleet. MGC hesitates. Sidestep. Goho Cruz puts it up. Abyss offensive rebound. Abyss throws it out to the wrong man. Manalili has it. Manalili is fouled.
And good presence of mind by Titing Manalili to just go downhill and attack the singular defender. And as Sean Orgo is telling the guys that if you're going to kick it out, settle down. You have to execute well. Hindi ka pwede sumabay sa pace ng Letran. Because Letran likes to run. Because they have a very good attacker in Manalili.
Manalili was 0 for 5 from the field against Arellano. But like you mentioned, 12 assists. Was 3 for 4 from the free throw line.
Average 10.5 assists in the quarterfinals. In the first game, he had 9 assists, 12. In the second one, very important that you make him a scorer, pero parang you just pick your poison when it comes to the team.
Arellano's game
Good
plan
screen.
as Abyss cuts baseline.
I'm so sorry, Anton, kasi pag nakakita ko ng magandang screen, I get ahead of myself. Ang ganda ng pagkakaset ng screen ni Mark Goho Cruz for that UCLA cut ni Abyss.
Perpetual has the numbers. It's a 4-on-1 fast break. Abyss with the finish.
Left-hand finish. Again, being disciplined on defense. 6 points for John Abyss. And look at how they're challenging the attackers. They're just walling it up.
Estrada for 3. Jimboy short. Orgo with the board.
And if I am Coach Olsen, that's a guy that I'll be keying on dahil for the past 3 games, maganda nilalaro ng Estrada. But Sleep attacking.
Wow, Patrick Sleet. Aggressive. Nobody there to stop him. Sleet gets his first field goal.
Very disciplined attack for the Altas. They know where to bring the ball. They know who they would be keying on defensively. But this guy, 3 3-pointers.
There's that 38.2% three-point shooting. Chad Gamad cuts that Perpetual lead to 1. There's that nice cut by John Abyss that you mentioned, and Abyss running the floor. At ito naman, Chad Gamad started 12 of Letran's 15 games.
And that's what you want when you have a young guy. Whatever role is given to him, be it 8 minutes, 5 minutes, you provide a lot of value proposition. And for a guy who is just starting and one of the youngest guys in the NCAA, playing in the big stage in a big venue and responding like this will go well for your collegiate career moving forward.
He started this season as a 17-year-old. He was discovered in the NBTC National Finals playing for Top Flight Hoops Canada. So he's a Phil Canadian.
Yep, I think he was with the program nila Coach Jeff Bombay. I'm not sure. Kasi most of the guys are looking at other teams.
Sleet. trying to post up Manalili. Manalili with 2 personal fouls. Goho Cruz. Blocked by Omega.
Good help.
Orgo to Nunez. Nunez! Unable to finish.
And a foul here on Abis, but a lot of opportunities for Nunez. Jericho has been getting it underneath the basket, and he would eventually make those. This was a good look. And good defense by Kevin Santos, not jumping, just walling up, raising his hand.
Manalili. Manalili to Santos. Santos met at the rim by Nunez.
How about the discipline of this Perpetual defense? Makikita natin mamaya, lagi lang silang nakataas ng kamay. Eh, tingnan mo yung challenge. Yan ang pinakamahirap eh. Yung pagtatalon ka, nakataas lang yung kamay mo vertically, hindi ka magsuswing.
Orgo with a steal. Orgo to Goho Cruz. Goho Cruz with the fake and the basket.
And I want to see if MGC can sustain this level of activity because he is scoring and he is defending. The best attacker for Letran right now. He's expending a lot of energy,
Estrada against Sleet. Sleet right in front of him. Omega loses it. Orgo is fouled. And Orgo and Nunez picking up their former teammate. Perpetual 5 points off turnovers. AJ Buensalida, who had a solid quarterfinals against Arellano, has checked in.
Speaking of solid quarterfinals, we'll focus on the big guys, Omega and Buensalida. I mentioned they're averaging a double-double combined. 16.5 points, 15 rebounds, and 4 offensive rebounds between the two of them. And more importantly, they would bang against the big boys. They would provide a lot of physicality and screens like that.
Estrada with a floater. Jimboy Estrada averaged over 20 points per game in the quarterfinals against Arellano.
An offensive foul here on that sideline triangle. Pag-back screen ni Nunez. Yan na naman yung screen. Ang laking bagay pag tumatama yung screen ni Nunez sa kanyang Omega. Tapos, nagpo-provide pa sila ng extra touches when it comes to offensive rebounding.
Estrada, 20.5 points per game in the quarters against Arellano. Manalili floats it up to take Manalili.
Oh, errant pass there by Sean Orgo.
Estrada. Estrada to Buensalida. Buensalida, wonder foul, didn't get it. Goho Cruz, touchdown.
Good week out by MGC, and what a matchup. Manalili and Goho Cruz.
They faced off in the finals. Season 99 Juniors Basketball Tournament.
Yep. A second foul here on Jericho Nunez jockeying for position.
And look at Manalili. Create some space.
Andun sobrang underrated ng hitting Manalili. Yung contact balance. Ako paulit-ulit ako nito na sinasabi yung contact balance. It's when you're running full speed, you're taking contact at hindi ka na lilinsa, di ka na gagalaw dun sa mga gusto mong puntahan. Ang laking bagay niyan, especially when you're a scorer.
Perpetual with 8 fast break points.
And one thing that Letran also increased in the quarterfinals, free throw attempts. They've been a little bit more assertive, average 32 free throw attempts a game against Arellano. They are number 3 in season with 23, but those 9 additional free throws, ang laking bagay dahil yung mga lamang nila 8 points, 7 points.
To Labut. To Orgo. Alcantara swings it to JP Boral, and that's a foul on Buensalida.
Both teams in the penalty red.
JP Boral, one of 3 graduating players from the Altas side, along with Abis and Nunez. Boral playing in his 5th season as a member of the Altas, averaging 8 points per contest here in season 101. Santos, back to Manalili. Manalili to Estrada. Estrada swings it, and Morco almost coming up with the interception. As Coach Alan Ricardo calls a timeout, his team still down by 1. One of the subplots of this Perpetual and Letran matchup is the return, or rather, former players facing off against their former teams, Jun Roque and Mark Denver Omega.
Very, very familiar. And Coach Olsen was expecting these 2 guys to be part of his roster when he accepted this opportunity to coach the Altas. But again, next man up. It gave more opportunity for Abis to improve, more opportunities for Nunez to play and be the defensive anchor. Ganun naman yan. And on the flip side, 2 guys who would be having pro contracts after this season is Roque and ito naman si Omega. So it all worked well, but again, no love lost for these 2 squads.
Jun Roque played 2 seasons for the Perpetual Altas, and it looks like he was well on his way to stardom.
Yeah.
Obviously, obviously his numbers this season are way below what he was showing in a sophomore season with the Altas, but we're very well aware of what Roque can do at his best.
So ito yung aantabayanan naman natin ngayon, Anton. As we see Jun Roque get in the game, aantabayanan natin dito yung zone offense ng Perpetual. Dahil ang ginawa sa kanila ng mga teams na tinalo sila is zone sila. So we'll see. Again, you mentioned that they're shooting below 25% from 3. They have 70 made 3-pointers this season. But last game, they had 7.
Manalili on the move. Titig Manalili.
We got 2 minutes.
Sleet to Casinillo. Casinillo back out to Sleet. Daring Patrick to shoot. Can't get the lucky bounce. Manalili has the loose ball. 2-on-1 fast break. Manalili. Sleet gets the stop.
Good defense by Patrick Sleet. Just being patient, protecting the rim.
Boral in the post. Stolen away. Wow, 1 man to beat. Wow, creating some space.
And good use on that left forearm by Deo Quahao. Just enough space carved out for a shot.
Letran on a 4-0 run. Casinillo to Alcantara for 3. Josh Alcantara.
The last time that he was here in a Final Four, they won a championship. In high school, now it's his opportunity. I saw him warming up, really focused and locked in. That was a big shot for Josh.
Quahao.
Good challenge.
Santos. And Santos scores.
Next skip pa on that same side, just finishing off the glass. Kevin Santos really playing well.
Tolabut, baseline jumper. And Santos with the rebound. Omega and Nat Montesillo set to check in, and Coach Allen reminding Manalili to manage the clock. Manalili. Benilde throws it out. Roque. Santos has to shoot, and Santos scores!
17 and a half, almost 9 boards, 3 blocks a game. That's the averages of Kevin Santos in the quarterfinals, and he's really blossoming right now.
And the Letran Knights going on a run. Napako sa 22. Etong Perpetual. So, the Knights with a 26-22 advantage after the first 10 minutes of basketball. It's a celebration here inside the Araneta Coliseum. First time in 4 seasons. First time since season 97 that the Altas are in the top 4.
At all, whenever I see Perpetual in the Final 4 with those balloons in Araneta, I remember the heartbreak of season 18 for my squad when they entered the finals. That was the last time that they were in the finals. So the Perpetual faithfuls are waiting for another crack at that championship.
Buensalida has it in the post against Boral. Buensalida binigay dito kay Roque. Roque, his first shot is up and down.
Good action there on that off ball. Roque filling in on that wing. Sabay bagsak sila sa zone dito, naka-phone booth, na-trap to sa corner.
Biggest lead of the game for the Knights. Roque comes up with a steal. Roque launches for 3. And Alcantara comes up with a rebound. Letran. Back to that zone. Roque, first line of defense. Boral. Alcantara for 3. In and out. Omega comes up with the rebound. Montecillo. Montecillo to Guajo. Montecillo, 7 on the shot clock. Buensalida, jump hook, and he was fouled.
Laking bagay na healthy yung Montecillo para dito sa Benilde. Kasi pagka umupo si Manalili, meron silang stabilizer na backup guard na kayang itakbo yung sistema ni Coach Allen. So kita mo Pino yung execution nila doon.
Makibalita muna tayo kay Bianca Tagarda.
Anton and Coach Hammer, wala nang masasaya pa kay Coach Olsen Rosella as they continue to meet their preseason expectations. Pero sabi nga ni Coach, hindi siya masyadong tumitingin sa big picture. One game at a time pa rin. Nung minato siya na yung unang talo nila kontra Letran was a wake-up call that humbled them and taught them kung paano ma-overcome ang slow starts in the game. Kaya ngayon malinaw ang bilin ni Coach Olsen. Make every possession count. Walang dapat masayang as this is exactly the moment to show how much they've grown as a player and as a team. Now Anton and Coach Hammer, are the Altas making every possession count so far?
Well, not every possession. There were some possessions that Coach Olsen, especially on the defensive end, wasn't happy with, just like that last possession to end the first quarter where naka-layup si Kevin Santos. So they have to get those stops. And right now, Perpetual trying to weather that storm. Casinillo in and out. Buensalida with a board.
So two big lineup, Omega and Buensalida together.
Oh, that's a physical front line with Gwen Salida and
Yep.
Omega along with this guy, Roque. Wow for three. Wow, drains it. The Knights have gone on a rampage. They are on top by 12. The Letran Knights have come out guns blazing. 5 out of 9 from beyond the arc. And perhaps the deadliest sniper of them all, Deo Quahao, drains that high looper.
Professional shooter. Deo Quahao, specialty of the house. But an underlying facet, Anton, for this Letran Knights team is they got healthy when it counted the most. Now they have all the pieces, very healthy. Ang laking bagay na pwede mo ipahinga si Manalili. Paulit-ulit ko ito sinasabi na kailangan yung second point guard mo stable. Montisillo setting up the table for the guys. Dalawang 3-point shot na yung nakuha nila. Nakakuha sila ng free throw kay Gwen Salida off the screen action. Natatakbo nila yung mga patterns without the risk of throwing the ball. So that's the value that a backup point guard, backup quarterback has for your squad.
And Coach Olsen Racela brings back in Sean Orgo and Mark Goho Cruz. Mark Goho Cruz led the early start for the Altas. Perpetual has not scored in over 3 minutes. Tulabot Omega. And the ball will stay with the Altas.
I think that foul would be on Mark Omega.
23, Mark Omega into second personal. John Abbas, coming back in for the Altas. Kevin Santos.
Abis nagbabalik sa ating laro. Maglupay to Goho Cruz. Goho Cruz. Boral, offensive rebound. Maglupay throws it out to Orgo. Goho Cruz against Roque. Boral fade away. And Santos comes up with a rebound.
Good defense by... Oh, another foul here on Goho Cruz. And this is what you don't want to be in a scuffle, especially if you're a focal point. And you gotta understand that if you're right here, so walang ayaw bumitaw. So tumawag na ng double foul. Just trying to break that.
That's a very tough spot to be in.
Yep.
Double foul with number 19, Mark Goho Cruz, and number 0.
From Mark Goho Cruz's standpoint, if he extends his arm and Roque pulls it, he could get seriously hurt. And that's why I think he didn't want to extend his arm and just kept it folded. Because we saw in that video that Roque pulled him.
Yep. Okay, back to the action.
That's part of the action, though.
Yep. I just don't want, I don't want to give my personal take on what to do when it comes to tangles like that.
Just try not to get injured.
Yeah, exactly.
Just try not to get injured.
Tsaka ang pinakamahirap kasi doon, yung nilalock. Yan ang pinakamahirap, yung mga naglalock ng mga shoulders. It's not a basketball play. Definitely not a basketball play. And there are people that would try to instigate to hook you like that.
So double foul.
Yep. And technical fouls, double technical fouls.
Goho Cruz and Roque on the bench. Or actually, Roque is still on the floor. Goho Cruz is back on the bench.
He has 3 fouls now.
Goho Cruz with 9 points in this game. Wow, for 3.
So again, screen and roll action. You have the ball in the hands of Montesilio, making the right read. Wow, just filling in.
Biggest lead of the game. Moral swings it to Sleet. Sleet on the move. Orgo. And Salida comes up with the board.
And this second unit of Coach Alan Ricardo blanketing the second unit of Perpetual. Wala pa sila nakukuha ang field goal dito sa second quarter and even towards the latter part of that first quarter. The last field goal that they made was the 3-pointer of Alcantara.
Ready to shoot. Ready to score. Deo Wow. Roque to Montesilio. And an offensive foul called on Salida.
Yep, referees tightening up the calls with not setting up that screen properly and moving. Anytime that you're not set, look at his feet, look at his shoulders, right there. That's an easy call by our referees. You're moving and setting up a wipeout screen. That's a definite offensive foul.
Moral, unable to handle the pass by Abis. Salida completes the steal. Montesilio. Montesilio to Salida. Salida driving from the three-point line.
Might not be the best spot that for a Salida attack. But now, cautious moments dahil lumalaki na ito lamang. Wala pa sila nakukuha ang field goal. Talking about Perpetual. It's been 4 minutes in the second quarter. Nahihirapan silang i-break tong zone.
Orgo. Sleet has it. Sleet. Shovel pass to Abis.
There you go. That's one way in breaking a zone. Hit the guy in the gap.
Manalili. Manalili. Swings it to Guahao. Guahao, baseline drive. Guahao, baseline jumper. And Nunez comes up with a rebound. Sleet. Throws it out to Orgo. Orgo from the corner. And Salida comes up with a board.
Big boy rebound for Salida under duress.
Manalili, well rested, back on the floor. Manalili, no look to Salida, and Salida is fouled.
Malaking bagay na nakashoot na ng 2 3-points si Guahao. So the help defense is very busy. We see this shovel pass to Abis. So yun nga ito, no? Naging theme to ng whole season natin. Tinatanong nila who from the bench of Perpetual needs to step up. Dahil yung mga makakalaban mo, the other top 3 teams, top 4 teams rather, that got into the Final Four, they have very deep rotations. Kanina, palitan lang tayo, trading blues lang itong Perpetual and Letran in the first quarter. When the second unit got inserted, that's when Letran created separation.
And now Coach Olsen Rosella digging deep as Helsano checks in for the first time here in the quarterfinals, in the semifinals rather. Salida makes the free throw.
So they're staying on this 1-2-2, the shifting zone. Na yung dalawang big man nila naka-anchor lang sa ilalim. That's the phone booth call sign.
Orgo to Sleet. Sleet back to Orgo. Orgo for three. Short. And Manalili picks up the loose ball. Roque to Buensalida. Buensalida to Roque. Roque too strong. Sleet. Alcantara for three. And Manalili has the ball. Manalili takes off. Count the basket plus the foul.
And Letran having momentum with Manalili leading the way with this downhill drive.
And Sano called for the personal there. And one of the happiest guys in the audience, Bong Quinto, celebrating that and one by Titing Manalili. Bong Quinto sitting on the baseline, and he's right beside Kurt Rayson. So the Knights, former Knights, and champions, checking out this game. Manalili talking to the camera. It's a 15-2 run for the Knights of Intramuros. Sleet power move. And that's going to be 2 free throws for Patrick.
So this is what you have to do now when it comes to attacking the zone. Dahil kina-clamp down na yung mga driving lanes, ginugood sila na tumira sa labas kasi wala pang, hindi makabutas eh. Isa pa lang na knockdown nila na 3-point shot with Marco Cruz. So they need to find a guy that will answer that call because shots would be available for Letran.
Coach Olsen has fielded in 12 players in this game. Durantes, the 12th man sent in as Omega comes up with a rebound. And Wow scores underneath.
And just unleashed, being fueled by their defense or the Letran Knights. Just settling into this zone as expected.
Sleet on the move. Patrick Sleet could not finish. Letran gets the stop. Manalili with a crossover. Manalili in the playground. Santos throws it to Roque. Roque steps back for three. And Orgo comes up with a board. That's a foul on Omega. And there's Bong Quinto along with Kurt Rayson. Two players who once upon a time led the Knights in scoring. And right now the Knights lead Perpetual big, 43-24. Mancom representative Coach Dax Castellano of the College of St. Benilde. His Blazers will go up against the Red Lions at 2:30 p.m. today. Father Vic Calvo of Colegio de San Juan de Letran on the big screen, igniting the Letran faithful. We have Melchor Divina of Mapúa University. And Mr. Frank Gusi of the University of Perpetual Health System, Delta. Perpetualites here at the Araneta Coliseum on this Tuesday. Abyss drains the first. Perpetual only with 3 points as a team here in the second quarter. They had 22 points in the opening period. Roque to Manalili. Manalili to Roque. Swings it to the corner to Quahao.
May pabaon yung ball screen ni Luis Tapeño. But if you're Perpetual, you're a process-oriented team. So this is now a 17-point lead. You want to chop it down to single digits going into the third. You have 2 minutes and 45. You want to get quality possessions and quality stops.
Sleet. Sleet gets it to Abyss. Helsano underneath.
There you go.
Manalili. Roque. Roque inside to Tapeño, and Tapeño was fouled by Abyss.
Oh. Wow. That was surprising. Because out of balance si Tapeño on this catch. This was this zone offense. Good interior passing. Hockey assist for Patrick Sleet. Good touch pass by Abyss. But this post entry. Pwede nga.
Tapeño drains the first free throw. Two for two. Moral checks back in for Abyss. Orgo to Duremdes. Duremdes to Sleet. Sleet throws it out. Duremdes, pass deflected.
And Duremdes was inserted to be a zone breaker. He was at the corner all alone. You can't be gun shy right now. You have to take that open three. Sinasabi rin ni Patrick, itira mo na, libre siya sa kanto.
Duremdes to Moral. Moral in the baseline. Sleet on the move. And Sleet was fouled. And the basket counts for Patrick Sleet.
Good attack by Patrick Sleet. Not stopping after that foul. Good continuation. Inside hand. Contra Pectus pa. Hirap nun.
Sleet sets the free throw. Lead is down to 14. Roque to Manalili. Estrada from the corner.
Mahirap to kasi may momentum na ang Letran. So You gotta get stops. And now, in rhythm yung mga shooters ni Coach Allen.
Helsano to Sleet. Sleet to Helsano. Helsano from the free throw line. Orgo. Oh, the pass was too strong. Excellent ball movement by the Knights. Lupay returns for the Altas. Manalili. Tapeño. Santos.
Good touch pass naman para kay Luis Tapeño. And just knowing where their spots would be on his screen and roll, ganun ka-importante pagka marunong pumasa yung mga big guys on the move rather.
Santos good on the first. Kevin Santos, 4 points and 7 rebounds in this game. Two for two for Santos. Helsano to Maglupay. Boral. Boral over Santos. Grabs his own miss. Boral with the finish. Manalili against Casinillo. Manalili looking for Santos, intercepted by Helsano. Durantes. Casinillo. Boral for three. JP Boral with a triple. Manalili spins baseline. Manalili to Roque. Roque short. And Perpetual going on a mini run to end the first half. But the Knights establishing a 14-point advantage at the end of the second period. Halftime stats, analysis, and more when we return. This is NCAA Season 101, Building Greatness. half, our score is 50-36. The Letran Knights with a 14-point advantage over the Perpetual Altas. It was a nightmare of a second period for the team of Coach Olsen Racela for over 3 minutes. They were stuck at 2 points in that period. Eventually ended up with 14 points in the second quarter. And it did not help as well that Mark Goho Cruz picked up 3 personal fouls, Coach Hammer.
And the Letran Knights are really trying to get under his skin. Una, si Manalili, kaya na double foul. Pangalawa, si Jun Roque. Tapos na technical foul pa silang dalawa. So, Coach Olsen can't lose his focal point, one of his main guys, offensively and defensively, to things like that. Because Letran has an army to rotate. Sila mas mababaw ang bench. So we'll see how they would adjust in the second half.
And again, as I mentioned in the pre-game discussion, half of the games that Perpetual has played, Mark Goho Cruz has top scored for them. So such a valuable piece to not have on the court and stuck on the bench. Meanwhile, having Jun Roque, what a luxury it is. That's like having a starter come off the bench. That's essentially what Jun Roque is for the Letran Knights. And so is Deo Quahao. And we're taking a look at the numbers here. 7 made threes already for the Knights.
That's big, especially when it comes to field goal shooting, 50%. And what more can you say? They were able to defend and lock down that shaded area. Perpetual is an old school type of team. They would try to attack the shaded area. They would try to get more possessions than you. They would out-muscle you and outwork you. Very disciplined. Letran settled into a shifting 1-2 to 3-2 zone. Tinatanggal nila yung, binibigyan nila yung corner shots eh. But Perpetual needs to find somebody, anybody, to knock down those outside shots. Because it is freely given by this defense of Letran.
So far, Goho Cruz, Moral, and Alcantara have each hit from beyond the arc. But apart from that, still can't find some offense. Abis with 10 points, Manalili with 11. Manalili coming alive after not scoring a field goal against Arellano. Coming alive offensively, that is. As Manalili always on the lookout to set up his teammates. As we see this matchup of power forwards.
This is big. That rebounding advantage. 6 points, 7 rebounds, but more importantly, patrolling the shaded area. But it's the second grouping. When Salida, si Santos, and then si Omega, yun nandun sa group na yun. Roque, Montesillo, and Quahao. That provided discussion. Remember, we were tied. 19 all, and then Alcantara made the 3, and then sumagot din ang Letran. Dikit tayo. And then after that juncture, 28-14, yun yung naging kwento. So, aantabayan na natin how the bench of Perpetual will respond, or will Coach Olsen stick to a shorter rotation and really press on the gas pedal with his starters.
We're live on Heart of Asia and all over our social media platforms on NCAA Philippines. Maraming salamat sa inyong panonood. To everybody, all our Kapuso televiewers watching around the country and all over the world. We also have some former players watching. We have Coach Rafi Inyon tuned in right now, Unity Basketball Academy in Assumption, Iloilo.
Oh, Kuya Kiko, teammate niya. Season 80 finalists. Nanonood yung buong team nila. Tinatanong ko kung si Fritz Bauson meron pang playing years. Kailangan ng shooter eh. Tsaka si Dom Javier, kailangan ng shooter na talaga knockdown shooter. Yung mga tipong gano'n ang kailangan nila ngayon.
Not a way you would want to start this third period. Perpetual with a turnover.
Actually, hindi depensa ang problema ng Perpetual eh. Hindi sila makakuha ng baskets. They're able to make stops, but they're not able to convert.
When Salida rolling to the basket. Orgo.
That's a nice way of putting it. He's just rolling. Not even a screen and roll action, pero yung weight niya, dinadala niya yung bantay niya doon eh.
Sleet. On the move. Sleet. Fouled by Buensalida.
And this is what you want to see Patrick Sleet do. Mahirap kasi dahil pag umaatake si Patrick Sleet, tatlo ang sumasalubong.
Look at the finger roll by Buensalida.
Like a semi, no? Pagka pababa si Buensalida, ang bigat din dahil ito Patrick Sleet with that incursion and just with the athleticism to finish over the defender.
Free throw rattles out. Perpetual on that 1-2-2 zone. Estrada inside. All right, let's try to find out what Coach Olsen told his players inside the dugout. Alamin natin kay Bianca Tagarda.
Anton and Coach Hammer, sabi nga ni Coach Olsen Rosella, we have to be here mentally. Ayan ang kanyang mensahe during the halftime huddle to the players. Dahil mukhang hindi lang energy ang kanilang kulang ng first half, pati na rin ang tamang mindset. Among the players, Coach Olsen mentioned Mark Boho Cruz na iwasan na magpadala sa emosyon as it only cost him unnecessary foul troubles. With the right mindset, Coach Olsen believes that they can flip the situation. Pero Anton and Coach Hammer, apart from mindset, ano ba ang dapat na i-improve ng Altas for the second half?
They just need to make shots. They need to make shots. They're able to defend, but I don't know if this is a good strategy, especially with the shooters of Letran being online right now.
Oh, wow. That's just beautiful touch passing by the Knights. Roque just unable to finish.
Pero Anton, kanina nabanggit natin na marami nang na-shoot na 3-point shots in the first half ang Letran Knights. If you're looking at the numbers, they made 7 triples. And ang mga nakashoot doon, yung mga knockdown shooters sila on good percentages. But this would be a roll of the dice for Coach Olsen. So we'll see.
John Abbas. Sabi mo nga, opensa ang kailangan ng Perpetual. They just have to do it on a consistent basis here in this second half. Roque throws it out to Manalili. Manalili, 3 on the shot clock. Manalili digs deep. And to Labot, gets it to Orgo. Orgo to Abis. Orgo to Goho Cruz. Goho Cruz to Patrick Sleet.
Now they're able to run off a stop. That's a way to break that zone. They're not able to settle on defense. Talking about the Letran Knights. So nakakuha sila ng puntos doon.
Estrada. Estrada on the pull-up. Jimboy. Buensalida throws it out to Santos. Santos on the fadeaway. And Perpetual gets a stop. Goho Cruz. To Orgo. To Labot. High-low.
A tough angle to pass on.
(55-42) in favor of the Altas. Manalili wants to post up Orgo. Manalili. Oh! Titig Manalili. Sleet on the sidestep. Patrick Sleet.
And Patrick Sleet trying to will his team. Pero Manalili with an advantage over Orgo. Grown man, pag naglaro si Manalili, alam niya eh.
Sleet in double figures. He's got 11. Manalili spins. Tolabot with a rebound.
Good stop here.
Sleet contra Roque.
Good defense.
Abis. Abis from the free throw line. Tolabot throws it out. Sleet, power dribble. Patrick Sleet.
Ayos sa'yo, maaaring maglaro tong Perpetual eh. Uunti-untiin kanila. But Letran trying to withstand this pressure.
Lead is down to 11. Estrada. Letran was up by as many as 19. Sleet to Abis. Abis on the roll!
Chinichicha nila, paunti-unti. Unti-unti, dadagan ng dadagan. Dadagan ng dadagan.
Lead is down to single digits. Santos. Manalili. Orgo with the steal. Look at Sleet racing up ahead. Oh man! Orgo did not see Patrick. Patrick was up ahead. I don't know what Sean Orgo was looking at.
Nakita niya nakauna si MGC sa kaliwa niya.
But Sleet was way ahead of MGC on his right.
And a foul will be called on Gwen Salida here. Trying to hug the ball screen.
Manalili just feeling the defense. As Patrick Sleet goes all the way, he has put the Altas on his back here in the third period. Patrick Sleet, big boy ballin'. Perpetual trying to fight back. Signs of life. The Perpetual Altas down by 19 points, and they have fought back the Altas Angels in attendance. As the Perpetual Altas are guaranteed to finish in the top 4 for the first time since season 97. Season 97 was our bubble season. And Patrick Sleet, the kid from Puerto Calera, putting the Altas on his back here in this period. Four minutes and 20 seconds to go here in the third. Chad Gamad, who hit 3 threes in the first quarter, is back on the floor. So you've got two snipers, Gamad and Guahao, on the floor at the same time for the Knights. Gohok Rose to Orgo. Orgo misfires. Abis with the putback.
Just crashing boards. Perpetual now getting their bearings right and just attacking that zone. They can make outside shots. Okay, we'll attack your zone.
Pito na lang. Santos, handoff to Manalili. Omega. Omega. Fouled by Tolabot.
Oh, nakuha si John on that rip.
Orgo with a miss. Abis does not. Oh, what a find. Manalili to Omega.
Miscommunication there.
Sleet, bull rushing. Abis, too strong. Sleet throws it out. MGC for 3, short. Tolabot offensive rebound. Orgo from the baseline, no go. And Abyss with a jump hook.
And a lot of offensive rebounds being taken care of by the Perpetual Altas. That's a way. They gotta get extra possessions.
And Abyss with 17 points.
Yep.
Omega is blocked by Abyss.
Really big play by John Abyss.
Orgo to Sleet. Sleet for three. Sleety boy. He has brought Perpetual back in this game. The Letran lead has shrunk to 4. Perpetual defense caught napping, and their former center gets an easy point. Tolabot giving it to Orgo. And then Abyss working hard, tying his career high 17 points. And then, wow, daring Patrick Sleet to shoot. And Patrick Sleet showing us that he can knock it down. Only his 7th triple of the season.
Nakwento ko naman sa'yo, Anton, di ba? Bago mag-quarterfinals, yung preparation ko, nanood ako ng Rocky. 1 to 4. Apollo, Creed, there is no tomorrow. That's how these guys are playing. You gotta throw in everything that you have. Recover the following day. This is a series, but you have to go all in every game.
The loser will face an elimination game on Friday because this is a best of 3. Omega.
Oh, another good stop here by Perpetual. Tolabot earning his stripes despite missing that defensive assignment dun sa highlight natin. He's been playing like a big guy here in the quarter.
Tolabot with a jumper. Manalili. Inside to Omega. And Omega is fouled by Tolabot.
So humihingi ng traveling dito ang Perpetual on that cut ni Omega. But I think he lost his footing after the bump.
Omega, a decent free throw shooter for a center, shooting 70.5% from the line. Mark Denver Omega.
Soft, smooth touch.
Omega short on the second free throw.
2 minutes remaining in the third quarter.
Sleet spins baseline, throws it out. Goho Cruz to Orgo. Orgo to Goho Cruz. Sleet. Sleet. Back to MGC. MGC for 3. Santos with a board.
Crucial rebound for Kevin Santos. That was an open shot by Mark Goho Cruz. Good patience.
Manalili spins. Manalili to Gaman. Ball will stay with the Knights.
So crucial to Anton. At end of quarter, last 87 seconds of the third, you already chip down on the lead. You want to withstand and chip it a little more or not let them score. Talking about Perpetual.
Manalili. Manalili from way out.
So the stops are there for Perpetual.
Perpetual down by 5. Boral to Sleet. Orgo. Boral to Orgo. Sleet. Sleet for 3. Too strong.
Oh, and 2 shots coming up. No, wala pang sa penalty. But good job by JP Boral. Just being able to be a pest here. Nagkakanya ni MDO.
LA Casinillo nagbabalik sa ating laro. Goho Cruz for 3. Still can't find the mark. Chad Gamad. And what a game Gamad has played.
11 points for Chad Gamad. A little bit more breathing room going into that 4th quarter.
Boral for 3. Misfires. Manalili. Manalili. Oh, what a pass! Titing Manalili with eyes at the back of his head.
So again, end of quarters, you don't want to give out points. That was 4 consecutive transition baskets because of long rebounds.
Lead is back up to 9. Manalili has 8 assists. And this was the prettiest of them all.
Oh my goodness. How about that?
May mata sa likod ng ulo. Titig Manalili finding Guahao. He is the definition of aura. JP Boral sinks the first free throw.
So that's the bench technical na tinawag kay Coach Alan Ricardo. Tumawag ng technical, so one more possession here for Perpetual. So ito yung 1 minute na pahinga ni Patrick Sleep. Pagbalik ng 4th quarter, wala nang labasan to. Sure ball, start ng 4th hanggang end ng game, di na to ilalabas.
Casinillo, tutulabot. 3 seconds to go, Casinillo. And Santos comes up with a rebound. Jonathan Moses, Titig Manalili with a pass of the quarterfinals. Special delivery to Deo Guahao. And the Letran Knights lead the Perpetual Altas 64-56 heading into the 4th. You're watching NCAA Season 101, building greatness. This is the semifinals between Perpetual and Letran. Perpetual having their best quarter of the game, outscoring the Knights 20-14 in the third.
They were able to convert defensive stops to baskets, but crucial. Again, babalikan natin under 190 seconds. Sinasabi ko na kailangan hindi makascore ng Letran. But two long three-pointers missed, long rebounds, nakascore ng transition, and a highlight pa.
Tapeño to Quahaw. Quahaw to Gamad.
That was an offensive foul, elevator screen. Yung pagsara ng pinto, gumagalaw pa. Naipit yung bantay ni Shaq Gamad.
Duremdes. Duremdes gets it to Abis. Abis with a finger roll. Too strong. Tapeño with the board. Manalili to Tapeño. Tapeño, wild shot. And Goho Cruz comes up with the board. Abis to Boral. Boral. And the ball will go back the other way to the Knights. Coach Olsen asking for a review.
Altas will opt for the coach's challenge.
So they use the challenge, as Abis seemed sure na ang huling nakahawak ay isang Letranista. Tignan natin dito. Yeah, it's either him or Tapeño based on that replay. All right, let's take a look at it from another angle. So it's a successful challenge for the Altas.
Ball possession for the Perpetual Altas.
Abis from the baseline loses it. Manalili to Santos. Santos throws it out. Manalili to Gamad. Gamad for three. Halfway down, Duremdes comes up with a board. Duremdes downhill drive. Duremdes with a floater.
There you go. Additional points off the bench for Perpetual. They need all hands on deck right now.
Manalili. Wow. Santos in the post against Abis. Gamad to Manalili. Manalili. Offensive rebound for the Knights. Manalili to Quahaw. Quahaw for three. And Duremdes comes up with the board.
Two good stops for Letran.
Duremdes. Ooh! Crucial turnover right there. Makibalita muna tayo kay Bianca Tagarda.
An Anton and Coach Hammer, despite a dominating first half, Coach Alan Ricardo reminds his players na hindi pa tapos ang laban after that 11-0 run by the Perpetual Altas. Para sa kanila, they need to maximize their offensive rebounds at mas maging maingat sa bawat ball possession on both ends of the court. Compared to their first half where everyone is contributing, this second half, what the Knights need is more efforts and hustles for the ball. Now, Anton and Coach Hammer, what went wrong with the Knights in the past quarter?
Well, what went wrong was they couldn't stop Patrick Sleet, who went on a rampage. The big reason why Perpetual outscored the Knights in that third period. Manalili! Oh, Manalili is asking for a substitution.
I think he's cramping right now after that spin.
Manalili has played 28 minutes in this game. Patrick Sleet getting ready to check back in this game. Abyss. Oh, sorry miss by Abyss. That's his shot. That would have cut the Letran lead down to 6. Abyss with a career high 18 points today. Roque. Overshoots it. Orgo with the board. Casinillo to Boral. Boral on the drive. JP Boral.
And that's where they have been very successful, attacking that defense in the gut. Kailangan din na sila mag-veer away doon. They have to put more pressure on the shot blockers ng Letran.
Manalili. Tapeño on the move. Estrada, mid-range.
Favorite shot. Bank is open for Jimboy Estrada.
Estrada making it look easy. Casinillo. Orgo. Duremdes. Stolen away. Estrada to Roque. Roque takes off. And Coach Olsen Racela is asking for a traveling violation.
We gotta see that again. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, wow. He did travel.
That was 4 steps. And that was crucial. Lead was down to 8.
Warning on the bench in the Perpetual Altars.
Patrick Sleet had almost 5 minutes of rest. Sleet throws the ball away. Montecillo. Drop pass to Estrada. Dilua. At babalik ang bola sa Altas. And Patrick Sleet apologizing to the bench on that wild drive. Lucky break for the Altas as this shot was halfway down. Sleet.
So a lot of time here. 4 minutes 58, shade under 5 minutes. Gotta get quality stops and you have to convert and break this zone. Find a way to break this zone.
Orgo. Montecillo with a steal. Montecillo. Wow, what a finish by Montecillo. And Coach Olsen Racela has no choice but to call a timeout as this lead has ballooned back up to 12. What a tough finish right here by Montesilio.
Back-to-back baskets, much needed for Letran because this is when Perpetual was mounting a rally. Pinasok na naman yung second group, nag-turnover. So somebody really needs to step up on that second group of Perpetual to stabilize. Hindi mo na nga kailangan dagdagan kasi palaliman ang labanan yun. Buy time for the starters to get their bearings back.
Perpetual needs a basket. Orgo to Goho Cruz. Abyss from the baseline. Orgo throws it out to MGC. Goho Cruz to Sleet. Sleet for three. Patrick Sleet's second triple of the game.
Much needed three-point shot for Perpetual. Lead is down to 9.
Montesilio. Omega on the roll. Omega kicks it out to Estrada. Estrada wants that space to operate. Estrada on the fadeaway. Oh, Omega and Tolabot battling for the rebound.
Holding on to number 23, Mark Omega. Mark Omega got it down.
Right there, jockeying for position, and Omega's cramping. So there's a tag team partner before John Abyss, helping him out, getting cramps on his left leg.
And Mark Omega has fouled out. There's still a lot of love for their former center.
Oh, kalaro, di kalaban. Kalaro yan. And Omega fouling out here. Tough customer underneath the boards.
Omega played 17 minutes, grabbed 4 rebounds, and scored 6 points.
And bumped a lot of people. And that's the value that he brings. That's how you play big.
Sleet. Does Perpetual have one last run in them? Sleet to Abyss, back to Sleet. Goho Cruz for 3. Tolabot, offensive rebound and put back.
And now attacking the offensive boards in the second half as the Perpetual Altas. They've been given opportunities to shoot from the outside, but now they're attacking on the offensive rebounds. You gotta see the numbers here in the second half.
We have the Vice President for Sports and Athletics, Boss Anton Tamayo, in the house.
So Anton, quick recap tayo. Plus 13 in rebounding ang Perpetual in the second half. 23 to 10. Plus 7 when it comes to offensive rebounding. So this is what keeps the game close for the Altas.
Manalili back on the floor. Manalili fouled by Orgo.
So that's a foul to give since this team is very disciplined. It's only their first team foul here in the fourth quarter.
Duremdes back on the floor for Goho Cruz.
So MGCB taken care of on the bench. He's experiencing cramps right now. Big
And
stop.
Goho Cruz has not scored since the first half. All his 9 points were scored in the first half. Orgo. Orgo on a runner. Too strong. Abyss offensive rebound.
And John Abyss just crashing that party, getting rebounds.
John Abyss with a 20-piece. Career high for John. Perpetual down by 4. Estrada, step back for 3. Chip boy, Estrada. That boy, clutch.
And he stepped up big time here in the playoffs, and that's why he was brought here, for big games.
Sleet penetrates, and he's fouled.
How about this? First one was that offensive rebound. Dalawa pa yung pinitasan ng bola dito ni John Abyss. And then on the ensuing play, he's calling his own number. Familiar step to the side, pull-up three-pointer. You know that when he clutches and pulls back that ball with the left hand, he would pull up. Pistols are out, guns are out. Big shot for Estrada.
Sleet good on the first free throw. Perpetual faithful coming all the way from Las Piñas para suportahan ang kanilang koponan. Second free throw for Patrick. 2 for 2. Both Patrick Sleet and Abyss have scored 20 points each. Sleet with 21, Abyss with 20. Bola na kay Estrada. Estrada kontra Goho Cruz. Estrada pulls up for 3. Perpetual gets the stop. Sleet. Goho Cruz from the corner. Short. Goho Cruz still can't find the basket.
But that was a good shot. Clean shot off that dribble drive. They'll take it.
Goho Cruz has gone ice cold here in the second half.
Haba din ang pahinga niya, Anton, after committing his third foul.
Manalili to Santos. Santos from the free throw line. No go. Sleet with the board. Goho Cruz looking for a friend.
2 shots. 2 shots plus time clock stop.
And if you're Perpetual, you should attack Jonathan Manalili because he's already dealing with cramps on that left leg.
Kaso ito rin si MGC, may cramps sa right leg naman. Kaya siya nilabas kanina. So, we'll see. But you have to key on guys right now. Who are your points of attack? Who are the people that you can rely on, especially in the end game? Now it's possession for possession, 80 seconds.
A 63.4% free throw shooter. Missing on the first. Still ice cold here in the second half. This is Goho Cruz's first trip to the free throw line. Since the second. Lead back down to 4.
So 4 small right now, tatlong shooter, isang big guy na rebounder, and Moses Manalili setting up the table for Letran. On the flip side, it's Abyss, Goho Cruz, Tolabo, who's playing well today, and Sleet. That's the 5 for Perpetual.
Manalili. The switch comes. Manalili to Santos. Santos with a jumper short. Perpetual gets another stop. Under a minute to play.
Well, the #1 defensive team ang Perpetual Altas, so they can bank on that defense and their discipline. But now they need to engage and connect here on offense.
Sleet drives baseline, throws it out to Goho Cruz. 7 on the shot clock. Goho Cruz to Abyss. Abyss changed his mind. Abyss changed his mind. Sleet diving for the ball.
And possession will remain with Perpetual. So fresh 22. Ganito libre na. Akala ko titira na.
And Tulabot was not ready. He was rolling to the basket, getting ready to rebound. Patrick Sleet sacrificing his body as he dove for that loose ball. "33 seconds left in regulation." The Letran Knights on a 4-game winning streak, looking to make it 5. We have a timeout. Perpetual has possession. 33.6 seconds remaining in regulation. They need a basket and the stop. Should they get those two things, they will have a chance.
So first things first, Anton, 11-second differential. You're not yet in the penalty. You don't want to foul. If we understand Coach Olsen, if you're a coach, you want to get a quick 2. You don't want to foul before the ball is inbounded because under FIBA rules, it's a technical plus ball possession. You want to play honest. You want to try to poke for the ball. But first things first, you want to get a quick conversion here. You're playing the possession game 2 for 1. That's what you want. And find the best available shot. Get the cleanest available.
Orgo, Abyss, Tulabot, Goho, Cruz, and Sleet on the floor. That's the 5 for Coach Olsen Racela. Sleet with 21 points today. Abyss with a career-high 20 points. Orgo. Oh! No. And that just hurts.
And good communication by the Letran defense. That was off a timeout with your point guard being the trigger man. No free passes. No pressure release. Great defense by the Letran Knights.
And the Letran faithful chanting, "Uwi ana." They will have possession of the basketball on the other side of this break. Two former leading scorers of the Letran Knights, Kurt Rayson and Bong Quinto. Bong Quinto, a champion on the collegiate level and on the professional level as well. Part of history. And just a painful error by Perpetual.
But you gotta give credit where credit is due. Ready rin itong si Coach Allen dun sa baseline inbound. Dahil tinanggal niya yung mga pinakamadaling pasa. Yun talaga yung pinaka-importante. Get a clean pass and a clean shot. You remove those options, ganun ang mangyayari. Lalo na precarious ang posisyon na nasa ilalim ka ng ring. Mahirap yung ganung inbound.
Shot clock before 10 seconds.
Manalili to Roque. Letran is going to milk the clock. And they fouled Manalili.
And two more fouls before they get into penalty.
Number 19, Marco Cruz, it's his fourth personal on the
Coach Alan Ricardo, first semifinals game as the head coach of the Letran Knights. Santos. Guahao. Are they going to foul? They finally do.
Holding foul on number 9, Sean Orgo. That's his fourth personal, team foul number 3. Seconds on the shot clock.
They still have one more foul to give. Cross-court pass. And they foul Teo Guahao.
Pushing foul on number 10.
So that's the last one.
That's his first personal, team foul number 4.
Orena Batak wanting to go 4-0. That's what the 4 means.
Yep.
Every time he is on the bench, Letran wins. They're unbeaten.
Ang nakita ko si Kojak eh. Champion din yan.
Estrada fouled and Jimboy will shoot 2 free throws.
Foul on number 10, Patrick Slade. There in the penalty. It's his second personal.
Jimboy Estrada,
Jimboy Estrada.
an 81% free throw shooter. Estrada today, 13 points. Or make that 14 points for Jimboy.
And he is the guy here in the second half that provided the punches for Letran when Perpetual was getting there, down by 4 na lang, and then he was able to knock down a 3.
Slit for 3, short. Orgo. And the Knights are going to take game 1 here in the semifinals.
Ladies and gentlemen, the final score, the Perpetual Altas 73, the Letran Knights 70.
1 foot in the door of the finals are the Letran Knights. And just end-game execution for Letran, taking care of business here. And their defense.
Jimboy Estrada, 15 points, 1 rebound, 2 assists, and a steal. And it was those clutch baskets that gave Letran the separation they needed to win this game. Game 1 here in the semifinals goes to the Letran Knights. An impressive victory against the #1 team from Group A, the Perpetual Altas. The final score 77-73. And we will have our post-game coverage with interviews on the other side of this break. This was the first semi-final game of the Letran Knights since season 98, the season that they last won the championship in the NCAA, and now they have one foot in the door of returning to the finals with this 77-73 win against the Perpetual Altas. Anton Rojas kasama si Coach Hammer, Martin Antonio, and with us, the winning head coach, Coach Alan Ricardo. Coach, 5 straight wins for you. This is the second time this season na meron kayong 5-game winning streak. Do you feel that this is the best version of the Letran Knights at this point of the tournament?
Hindi ko pa masabi yan, Ton. Mahaba pa. Kumbaga, let's take it one game at a time. But, you know, we're thankful that, syempre, nakauna kami.
Repa, the boat is sinking. 2003 nung huli ko narinig yun. Yun yung message mo dito sa squad mo. How was it preparing for the short preparation time going into the semifinals dahil nga kailangan yung manalo ng dalawang sunod against Arellano?
Coach, ang sa akin, more of the mental eh. You know, kailangan malabas sila yung emotional and then yung mental talaga napaka-importante yan. Yung physical naman, I mean, condition naman na yan eh. They know what to do. But the most important thing is yung mental toughness. Alam naman natin, tama, nagkaroon ng runs but unfortunately, nandun pa rin naman kami sama.
Coach Allen, the first thing that you were asking was the numbers in terms of the rebounding at nakita natin 23 second chance points ang nakuha ng Perpetual Altas. How do you limit that in the closeout game, your potential closeout game this coming Friday?
Yan yung isa sa kailangan namin na isolve, kasi I mean, going back to the game, going back to the stats, it's 21 offensive rebounds and 23 second chance points. So, ang laki yun. That's why natapos tayo ng 73-77, but that's part of the game. It's all about reminding the boys, that to have that gang rebound. Kasi yun, kung hindi namin gagawa ng action yan, definitely makakabalik yung Perpetual.
And speaking of guys who are ready, stepping up big time was Chad Gamad. Lagi kang nagpapasok, si UC, si Gamad, ikaw kilala kita eh. Yung mga two guard, yung mga wing shock troopers mo, lagi ka nagbibigay ng confidence. Itong dalawang bata na to, throughout the season, pinagpapalit-palit mo. How big was Chad Gamad in today's game?
Ang laki ng, syempre, he step up with that, yun naman talaga hinahanap ko sa kanya, tsaka yun talaga yung identity niya. Yung kinuha ko siya. So, talagang yun yung trabaho niya. And I'm happy for him that he helped the team.
Parang hindi ready si Coach Allen nung tinanong ko kay Chad Gamad. Kasi laging ganyan eh. Laging ganyan whenever he has a team, there is always that one spot para dun sa mga bata na panggulat. And Chad had double figures today, 11 and 3 3-pointers made.
And normally, you would think that that spot is for Quahao or Roque, but Coach Allen is giving a chance for the young ones. Like, as we mentioned, Gamad was 17 nung nagsimula yung season na to.
Tinatrabaho naman niya ton. Talagang ang sipag mag-extra niyan before the practice, after the practice, talagang yan. And then, yun yung resulta. And I want to acknowledge him.
Coach, lumamang kayo ng 11 and then Perpetual went on a run behind Patrick Sleet. What did you tell your players para ma-stop yung run na yon? And then of course, Jimboy Estrada hit some big shots in the fourth period.
Well, we have to limit the production of Patrick Sleet and Goho Cruz. And then, we have a big chance winning the game. Yun naman talaga, yun yung heart and soul nila. Goho Cruz, Patrick Sleet, Abis. Kailangan bantayan namin mabuti yan para meron kaming good chance of winning. Especially going to the game 2 on Friday.
So, nalimit nyo si Mark Goho Cruz, only had 9 points in the first half. Second half, he struggled, was ice cold. But Abis and Patrick Sleet both at least had 20 in the game, Coach. Something that you guys will have to figure out, but you got the win today here in game number 1, game number 2 on Friday. Coach Allen, you can invite everybody and greet everybody na nanonood ngayon.
Sa mga Letranista, magkita-kita po tayo sa Friday at 2:30 p.m. Suportahan po natin itong Letran Knights. At binabati ko rin po si Father Rector and Father Vic and SJ family, Boss Frank Lau and Jacob Lau. Maraming salamat po.
Coach Alan Ricardo with us here on the panel. Coach Alan, congratulations on this big win.
Thanks, Coach.
And we will see you on Friday for game number 2 here in the semifinals. Coach Alan Ricardo and his Letran Knights 1 win away from the finals here in NCAA Season 101. We will take a break and be back with more interviews live from the Smart Araneta Coliseum.
Game 1 goes to the Letran Knights. Final score 77-73. This is the first time we're having a best of 3 sa semifinals ng NCAA dito sa season 101. Anton Rojas kasama si Coach Hammer Martin Antonio, with us Jimboy Estrada. Jimboy Estrada averaged 20.5 points in the quarterfinals against Arellano. Ngayon, Jimboy, naka-15 puntos ka. Kamusta naman yung unang semifinals experience mo bilang Letran Knight dito sa NCAA?
Unang-una po, masaya kasi nakuha po namin yung game namin ngayon, yung unang panalo nga. So, hindi pa naman natatapos yung etong game na to kasi best of 3 nga, kailangan manalo ng 2 beses. So, ayun, paano kami ngayon? Pahinga, tapos practice bukas. Balik kami sa Friday para sa game 2.
Jimboy, throughout the season, yung team ninyo maraming nakaroon na injuries. Di pa rin ako sanay na ang bait mo pag nandito ka, sanay ako sa ligan labas pag nakikita kita. But again, Jimboy, going back, yung team nyo maraming injuries, pati ikaw marami kayong hinaharap na injuries. Ngayon, healthy kayo, maganda yung nilalaro nyo. What are the things that you're really talking about? Pagka kayo-kayo lang, pag wala sila Coach Allen, kayo-kayong mga players, how are you preparing going into this stretch run? Kumbaga kung saan natin kinukuha yung money rounds?
Ayun, sabi naman ni Coach sa amin, ayun nga, nag-start kami ng 0-3. Sabi ni Coach Allen na walang tatalon sa bangka, walang aalis sa bangka. Kasi, ayun nga, nagsimula kami ng kami, kailangan tapusin din namin ng kami. Ayun po.
Ganun nga, nag-start kayo ng 0-3. Pagkatapos nun, 5 straight wins. Ngayon, 5 straight wins na naman kayo, going for 6 on Friday. Masasabi mo ba, Jimboy, na itong kupunan nyo sobrang gelled na, sobrang bonded na kayo at ready na kayo pumasok sa finals?
Para sa akin po, palaging may kulang. Kasi ayun po yung tinatrabaho namin sa practice. Ayun po, palaging may kulang.
So, ano yung nakikita mong pagkukulang na pwede nyo pang improve para maging championship caliber itong Letran Knights?
Siguro kailangan namin mabawasan yung turnovers namin, tsaka yung decision making namin, tsaka yung mga fouls. Yung mga maninipis na fouls. Yun.
Nabanggit mo yung kulang. Last season, medium range, natin galing mo ma-isolate sa left elbow. Pero ngayon, Jimboy, ang laki ng idinagdag mo sa laro mo, which progresses your pro prospects as a scorer. Kasi naging 3-level scorer ka. Biglang consistent 3-point shooter ka. Quarterfinals, almost 3 3-pointers a game yung binibitawan mo. Kanina, nagra-run ng Perpetual, you knock down a big 3-pointer, tapos isa ng mga paborito mong pabandang tira. Was it a conscious effort? Pinagtrabaho? Ito ba yung tinarambaho mo throughout the off-season na idagdag yung outside shot mo?
Ayun nga po, kasi nung last season talagang nakasag lang sa akin. So binibigay sa akin yung talagang 3 points. Ayun, pinractice ko. Nagtithank you kay Coach Melo kasi araw-araw niya akong pinapasaan ng bola para ma-improve ko yung 3 points ko. Yun.
Dapat pala magpasalamat din sa'yo si Coach Melo. Coach Melo.
Coach Melo, Banoa.
Coach Melo.
Thank you.
Kailangan mag-thank you rin si Coach Melo kasi pumayat siya. Kadadampot-dampot mo pala mo ng bola, Coach Melo. Good job.
So, Jimboy, we're getting ready. Game number 2 sa darating na Biyernes. Batiin mo na lahat ng mga nanonood at imbitahin sila na supportahan kayo sa Mall of Asia Arena.
Letran community, mga alumni, kailangan po namin ng tulong nyo para sa Game 2 namin, sa mga taga-bagong silang at sa mga tropa ko, sa family ko at sa mga kamag-anak ko. Thank you. Supportahan nyo kami sa susunod na game.
Ayan po, Jimboy Estrada, 15 points here in game number 1 of the semifinals para magtagumpay itong Letran kontra sa Perpetual. Jimboy, great game at magkita-kita ulit tayo sa darating na Biyernes. Once again, the Letran Knights win over the Perpetual Altas 77-73. We'll take one more break and back with more post-game coverage and interview sa aming pagbabalik. Nagpapatuloy ang ating live coverage mula pa rin dito sa Araneta Coliseum, Cubao, Quezon City. Tagumpay ang Letran kontra sa Perpetual 77-73. Anton Rojas kasama si Coach Hammer Martin Antonio. And with us, Ting Mals, Titing Manalili. Panalo na naman. 5-game winning streak. Titing, kamusta naman yung unang experience mo bilang Letran Knight dito sa semifinals?
May pressure. Kasi nga, college na eh. Tapos, dumadami na yung crowd and yung venue, syempre, malaki. Araneta. So, first time ko na maglaro dito ngayon. So, yun, may pressure and syempre, masaya. Kasi nga, nanalo ko.
Teka, first time ever sa isang NCAA game?
Yeah.
Wow!
Masanay ka na. Masanay ka na. Sa nilalaro, kita mo, tinadaan mo ako sa tawa. Sinabi rin natin niya sa kanya, di ba, nung finals ng, finals ng juniors. So, sinabi namin, at think, kanina, marami kang mga atake na nakuha compared nung kalaban yung Arellano. Mas magaan ba yung depensa ng on point nito kaysa yung pinadadala sa'yo kasi 4 nung kalaban ng Arellano?
Wala naman sigurong pinagkaiba sa depensa. Siguro yung mindset ko na lang siguro. Kasi nga, yun, ewan ko lang din, di ko ma-explain kung paano ko na-atake. So, yun, sabi ni coach na wala daw shot blocker. So, yun, ina-atake ko na ina-atake sila.
So, hindi mo ma-explain, pero ipapa-explain namin sa'yo kung paano mo nakita si Deo Cuajao doon sa pasa mo kanina. Panoorin natin to. Ito ang isa sa mga highlights na siguradong will be all over TikTok and Instagram. Paano mo nakita si Deo?
And then, nasa half court pa lang ako, nakita ko na si Deo sa gilid ko tumatakbo siya.
Okay.
So, diniretso ko para si JP Bural mag-commit sa akin. So, yun, papasa ko kay Deo.
Oo, football watching kasi si JP Boral. Kasi naman, pag-aatake ka, lahat nakatingin sa'yo eh. Pagka-downhill ka eh. Pero ako, pinaka-nagustuhan ko rito, nung pinipressure ka ng pinipressure, hindi ka nakakuha ka ng maraming atake in the first half. Pero nung second half, dinala mo sa poste. Merong 2 possession na pinostehan mo si Orgo. Isa, naka-kick out ka, knockdown 3, tas isa, pull-up jumper, just turning with your shoulder. Is it something that you also read? Kasi iba-iba na yung pag-handle sa'yo, iba-iba na rin player yung ibinabato sa'yo ng mga coaches.
Sa una pa lang, nakita ko na yun, talagang magkaroon ng mismatch. Kasi nga height difference talaga kami ni Orgo. So, yun. Kanina, wala na kasi ako mapuntahan kaya yung naisip ko, pupostehan ko na lang talaga siya. Either makakuha ko ng foul or ma-shoot ko.
Ito yung mga pihit-pihit mo. Ting, pag nag-viewing ba kayo ni Coach Allen, inaabot ka rin ng 3 oras pagka kayong dalawa?
Hindi naman.
Hindi naman?
Hindi kami nakafocus dyan. Mas marami pa ata yung nakikita. Kumbaga, yung pinofocus namin, yung mga mali namin, hindi yung mga ano namin eh.
Kasi so, pag nag-viewing kami ni Allen ng 3 oras, kwentuhan lang yun.
Ito yung finish kanina. Si Elzano, tinawagan ng foul doon. Ano sinasabi mo dito sa camera?
Ano yung sabi mo dito?
Hindi kasi, pag nag-ensayo kasi kami, ito kasi si Chad Gamad.
Okay.
Film kasi. So, kumaga gusto namin gayahin yung mga words nila pag naka-end. So, parang nagpipil-am din.
Paano ba? Ano ba sinasabi mo?
Sinasabi ko lang, M2 baby.
Ooh!
Hindi ka tinuruan ni Coach Kojak? Coach Kojak, maraming ganyan eh. Magtanong ka sa kanya, marami siyang ganyan. Ting, may tatanong din ako tungkol dito sa 2 big man mo. Kasi si Buensalida, gumagana na yung second round. Marami siyang nakukuha mga pasa sa'yo, especially dun sa mga dive niya. At saka, si MDO, kumukuha na ulit ng rebound. Nahanap na niya kung paano ulit siya maglalaro. Gaano kabigat yung naiaambag nila sa koponan ninyo ngayon?
Siyempre, si Mark tsaka si Aaron, wala naman akong problema sa kanila, lalo na sa offense at sa defense. So, sinasabi ko lang sa kanila na mag-control sila sa foul nila kasi prone sila eh. Pag nag-ensayo kami, palagi silang foul ng foul. So, sinabihan ko sila, wag nyo sanayan kasi importante kayo sa ilalim and need din ng katulong ni Kevin kasi hindi talaga madali, lalo na ngayong college na yung mga katawan.
Titing, maraming mga kwento tungkol sa'yo na lumalabas ngayon, yung story kung paano ka natuto mag-basketball. Dati ba sa Cebu talagang pumapasok ka sa mga games, naglalakad ka sa court, inaabutan mo ng tubig, yung mga players doon. So from water boy to ngayon naglalaro sa Araneta Coliseum, ano yung naiisip mo na nanggaling ka sa ganon at ngayon nandito ka na under the bright lights ng NCAA?
Di ko rin kasi naisip na yun na makikita pa yun ng ibang tao yung ginagawa ko. So yun, Yun kasi yung style ko para makapanood ako ng game. Like, andyan ako sa mismong court, parang feel na feel ko yung ako yung naglalaro. So yun, bibigay ako ng tubig. Talagang nagpursige lang ako. And habang nagbibigay ako ng tubig, pinapanood ko yung mga naglalaro kung ano yung makukuha ko sa kanila.
Oh, meron akong tanong. Sinong idol mo nung mas bata ka? Si Brian Horuela o si Paul Hoben? Oh, 2 point guard yan ha. Pinanonood mo yan ha. Yan yung mga kasama mo, airpods mo.
Yung dati talaga kasi sila Coach Paul naglalaro talaga. So, pero di ko naabutan yung prime nila. Kumbaga, di ko na nakikita naglalaro sila.
Nag-prime pala si Coach Paul.
So nakita ko lang si Coach Paul yung nagkakilala kami yung sa CTR, yung may laro kay Boss Chase Cocalyong. And yung talagang nilolook up ko talaga, dati pa lang nanonood ako si Kyle Ochabo talaga. Kasi siya yung kuya ko nung team na nagwa-waterboy ako eh. So, yun, pinapanood ko siya. Ang galing niya talaga pumasa. Siguro isa din siya sa nakatulong sa akin kung ba't marunong ako pumasa.
Isa pa, Ting. Marami nagsasabi ngayon na ikaw na ang pinakamagaling na point guard dito sa collegiate basketball. Your reaction sa lahat ng mga pagpupuri ng mga tao sa'yo ngayon?
Siyempre, may pressure kasi nga madami naman magagaling. Siguro for the hype lang siguro, and sabi ko naman sa sarili ko, di ako masyadong magpapadala, di ako masyadong magkukumpiyansa kasi nga baka yun yung ikakawala sa game ko. Masyado akong mataas na tingin sa sarili. So, nakita ko pa rin naman mga magagaling yan. Sila Kuya Maymay, Kagulangan, sila Steve Nash, Enriquez, yun. Sila Reynard Dumamoy, and si Gab Cometa, yun. May akong nilulook up ng mga point guard talaga.
Tama lang. This is the right mindset. Staying humble, staying in the moment. Si Titing Manalili and of course, the Letran Knights hoping to make it back to the finals with a win on Friday. Titing, imbitahin mo na lahat ng mga nanonood at supportan kayo sa darating na Biyernes.
Unang-una, papasalamat ako kay Lord. Talagang binigyan niya kami ng lakas para makakumpit kami. And yun, sa mga nanonood sa Letran, thank you. And sana madagdagan pa kayo para dadami tayo sa game. And sa family ko, sa nanay ko, sa tatay ko. And kay Boss Frank, kay Boss Jacob, and sa family ng teammates ko, and sa mga coaches, thank you talaga sa sacrifice. Kulang-kulang yung tulog natin. So, wala. Need na natin kunin to kasi nga pagod na rin, pagod na rin tayo lahat. And kay Zaira and kay MM. And sa Mardis Boys, sa Team Busog, and kay Lawrence, Boris, Ozil, tsaka kay Denver.
Team Busog.
At saka memorize niya lahat ha. Memorize niya yung roll call kasi lagi nandito eh. Lagi niya nandito eh.
Ting Miles here with us
Thank you.
on the panel. Kita-kita tayo sa darating na Biyernes Mall of Asia Arena as the Letran Knights hope to return to the finals for the first time since season 98. 1 win away. We will take another break and be back to put the finishing touches on this coverage. Once again, the final score 77-73. The Letran Knights take game number 1 in the semifinals against the Perpetual Altas. Let's take a look at some of the numbers, and 3 of those 9 threes coming from Chad Gama.
Yup. More importantly is the perimeter scoring, turnovers force, that's +4, assists, but cause for pause dito is the rebounding numbers. That's what Coach Allen has mentioned. They won, but +14 sa rebounding ang Perpetual. Kaya nila nailapit. Again, you mentioned nandun kanina that this lead was as high as 19 points. Inunti-unti ng Perpetual. Kinapos lang. A few things that you have to remember. Turnovers on inbounds. Yan ang nangyari. Orgo, nakadalawang turnover. Settling for long three-pointers with long rebounds. Naka-transition na dalawa. Montesillo and June Roque on the fast break. Ako tingin ko yun yung naging turning point eh. After those two missed three-pointers in the fourth quarter na na-layup, malaking bagay yun for the Letran Knights.
So let's update our playoff picture. The Knights now lead the series against Perpetual 1 game, and they are 1 win away from a return trip to the finals. Pero hindi pa tayo tapos because at 2:30 p.m. it will be game number 1 in the semifinals between Beda and Benilde. These are the top 2 teams in Group B, partner.
Well, Group of Death. Letran is also part of Group B. Beda is part of Group B. Benilde is part of Group B. So, kung magkakaroon ulit ng bunutan, alam niyo na kung ano mangyayari dyan. And I mean, it's a slam bang affair. Great to be here at the Mecca of Philippine basketball.
And we're so excited to be watching this game. So we'll see you again at 2:30 p.m. Coach Hammer, as always, a pleasure. Brother.
Always, brother.
Yep. And that does it for us here as the Letran Knights take the win against the Perpetual Altas behind the combined 30 points of the Intramuros backcourt, Titing Manalili and Jimboy Estrada. Thank you to my partner here on the panel. Once again, Coach Hammer, Martin Antonio, our director, Abet Ramos, our courtside reporter, Bianca Tagarda, and all of us from GMA Synergy. Ako po si Anton Rojas, nagsasabing maraming salamat sa inyong panonood. And stick around because at 2:30 p.m. it will be the other semifinals showdown between Beda and Benilde here in season 101 of the NCAA Building Greatness.
once again, we are coming to you from inside the historic Araneta Coliseum in Cubao, Quezon City. We continue our coverage of your semifinals, the NCAA Season 101 Final Four. As you guys can see, the crowd slowly coming in here in our historic venue, the Big Dome, here in Quezon City. A sea of green and white and a sea of red and white flocking our venue this afternoon. Marami pong salamat sa inyong panonood ngayon. Again, we are in the Final Four in our basketball competition. And before we discuss our second matchup of the day, balikan muna natin yun nangyari sa ating unang laban. It is Letran drawing first blood in their series against the Perpetual Altas. They won it 77-73 behind this performance by Jimboy Estrada, 15 points, 1 rebound, 2 assists, and 1 steal. So Letran is a step away from the finals. We'll see what happens here in our second matchup of the day, and it is going to be a big one. As in Beda Red Lions, #1 team in Group B, the Benilde Blazers, the #2 team in Group B as well, facing off here in the semifinals. We thank you for joining us. 2nd of December. You guys are watching via GTV, Heart of Asia, on your television screens, live right now as well, online. Andiyan tayo sa GMA Sports PH on Facebook, X, and on IG, and on NCAA Philippines via Facebook, YouTube, and on Instagram as well. Hello, hello. Good afternoon mga kapuso, and to all NCAA fans watching us from all over the world. Marami pong salamat sa inyong panonood. My name is Martin Javier. Happy to be at your service for this afternoon's matchup, working alongside Prince Rivera today in this huge encounter between Benilde and San Beda.
Yes, and alam niyo naman na sobrang exciting ng magiging laban natin ngayon. Again, hindi lang basta-bastang San Beda versus Benilde Blazers to, kasi sila yung both #1 and 2 sa kanilang bracket. Well, actually the same bracket.
Yeah.
So medyo mabigat yung naging bracketing nila, no? Pero again, they have the same standings, but in terms of quotient, umabot yung San Beda sa #1 and nagstay sila doon. And today is gonna be the first game of a best of 3 quarterfinals para dito sa Final Four natin. And sobrang excited ako na mapanood syempre ang CSB and San Beda.
Yeah, we cannot wait to get on with it. Pero syempre importante rin po malaman kung paano ba nag-prepare yung dalawang teams natin dito. And the one bringing us the news from the sidelines today is Fatima Reyes. She's gonna be our courtside reporter for both teams in this matchup between San Beda and Benilde. Fatima, we can't wait to hear, you know, what you have for us later on, lalong-lalo na tungkol sa mga key players ng magkabilang panig dito. But before anything else, before we go to the reports, tignan muna natin yung ating playoff picture so far. Prince, this is the Final Four already. We're done with the first game in the semifinals. Now, we're here in this other bracket.
Oo, okay. So, napakaganda ng pagiging setup nung bago nating formatting. Nagkaroon ng chance yung mga ibang teams na medyo nag-struggle in the beginning of the season. But again, we're nearing the end of Season 101 and ngayon ang magkalaban ay San Beda versus Benilde Blazers, and again, it's a best of 3 series. So today, we'll know and we'll find out kung sino ang magdodraw ng first blood para dito sa best of 3 series natin.
We'll find out in a bit. San Beda taking care of business in the quarterfinals versus the LPU Pirates, getting revenge on LPU after, you know, losing to them in their second matchup or only matchup in our classification round. At para dito sa mga Leon ng San Beda, you know, this guy has been the most consistent guy for them. The league's leading scorer at 19.6 points per game. He was in his groove against the LPU Pirates.
Yes, and napakalaking addition itong Iniadjanti Miller para sa San Beda kasi medyo nakokontrol niya yung laro, and whenever San Beda is in need of score, sa kanya pupunta yung bola and nasi-set up niya properly, hindi lang yung sarili niya but again, pati yung teammates niya.
One of our favorites para sa rookie MVP in NCAA Season 101. We're not declaring anything yet, but these numbers, you know, will tell you that he is one of the front runners in the competition so far. He had 18 points against LPU. Did not need to play as many minutes because, you know, they were far ahead, especially in the latter parts of that game. Only 23 minutes, but did get to 18 points in that encounter with the Pirates. On the other side, this is the king without a throne for the Benilde Blazers against Mapúa. He was needed didn't need to produce as much, but he needed to keep up against the bigs of the Mapúa Cardinals, and that he did. The reigning Defensive Player of the Year and MVP of the league, Alan Liwag, produced and came up big for Benilde in that quarterfinals matchup.
Oo, no? So again, he is our reigning MVP and he is out again to prove himself, and he is still in search for that crown, like what you said kanina, no? So kung merong mga consistent na mga players na pinag-uusapan, it's Allen Liwag and Ajanti Miller. Parehas yan na nandito sa magkalaban na teams natin ngayon, and parehas sila nandoon sa taas looking for that MVP.
And we have to remember that in the second encounter between these two teams, wala pong Allen Liwag itong Benilde Blazers. So we'll see if that's gonna be a factor today in our semifinals, kasi iba na po yung laruan dito sa ating playoffs sa NCAA. But we got players to watch for today's ball game. Ito yung mga abangan natin, yung mga numero ngayong araw na to. Two veterans on each side. Team captain of Beda, Yukian Andrada, and the big at the center spot for Benilde, Sean Umali.
Okay, parehas na big man itong dalawang to, ano? Pero magkaiba sila in terms of laro. The other guy plays inside. Dominant yan pagdating sa loob ng paint and pagdating sa pwestuhan. And then si Yuki naman, he's a type of player that likes to step outside the three-point area and knock those jumpers first and best.
That's right. Exciting clash also in the 4 and 5 position between these two teams. Of course, we know Beda, one of the deepest in the league when it comes to that front line. Benilde as well. It's the same situation. Mga kapuso, simulan na natin itong semifinals. This is game number 1 between Benilde and Beda. Let's turn over to our Coliseum announcer to introduce the starters.
Good afternoon, mga kapuso. Mula sa Arellano Coliseum here in Cubao, Quezon City, ito po ang inyong NCAA Season 101, Building Greatness live ngayon sa GTV on simulcast sa Heart of Asia, worldwide sa GMA News TV at may live streaming pa sa gmaynetwork.com at sa Philippines website, YouTube at Facebook. Our main game for semifinals doubleheader for the Seniors Division, Game 1 of our best-of-3 series. It's the Beda Red Lions versus the Benilde Blazers. Here now is our starting fives. Starting for the Beda Red Lions at guard number 12, Nigel Gonzalez. The other guard number 9, Brian Zahonia. At center number 5, Joe Celsel. Forward number 11, Janty Miller. And the other forward, number 21, Yukian Andrada. The head coach of the Red Lions is Yuri Escueta. Starting for the Benilde Blazers. At guard number 17, Jamel Ajeta. The other guard number 0, Matt Hawley. At center number 34, Alan Liwag. Forward number 6, Moel Morales.
Time to meet the starters for both teams. Gonzalez, Sahonia, Stelzo, Miller. And the team captain, Yukian Andrada, completing the 5 for the Red Lions on the other side. Ancheta, Inot, Oli will get a start today alongside Morales and Alan Liwag at the center spot. 3 referees, and for the first time, we have a foreign referee calling this game. This is Abdullah Al-Hujali from Saudi Arabia, joining Aaron Cañete and Toti Celeste in our officiating crew. He's going to be the crew chief as well. Beda versus Benilde. Final 4. Semifinals, season 101. Celso, Liwag to jump it up. And the game is underway. First crack at the basket for the Blazers. This is a team that hasn't won against Beda in season 101, and they want to change their fate today. Mintes agad mula dito kay Tony Inot. Let me ask first, Prince here, ano yung expectation mo sa simula ng magkabilang panig natin dito?
Okay, so medyo naiba lang for me yung lineup nitong Benilde Blazers, ano? Dahil wala si Umali sa loob. Normally, we get to see Umali as a starting 5, pero I like what I'm seeing dito sa parehas na opponent natin. The pressure in terms of defense from Beda and the way Benilde Blazers is running their offense to the point. Medyo maganda.
Coach Charles Chu opting to go to a smaller starting unit as a foul was called on the other side. Hard collision between Sahonia and Matthew Oli in that sequence. And Brian Sahonia, this is a guy that likes to play against the Benilde Blazers. He had 16 points in the first game, 22 points in the second one.
Oh, and this is a good sign, for both teams, especially umpisa pa lang ng game, makikita mo na parehas na komunat, umaatake talaga sa loob, and they make sure that they get to the paint and, to get easier and higher percentage shots.
And Brian Sahonia knocking down the first free throw to open the scoring in this game. This has been one of the most consistent years of Brian Sahonia's collegiate career. Remember, he came over a year ago from FVU, spent residency, had an up and down first year last year. Dito, parang nakuha niya yung talagang role niya at saka laro niya sa Beda.
Itong season 101 na to ang pinakamaganda para kay Brian Sahonia. Again, like what you said, very consistent siya. Hindi lang on offense, actually, pati sa depensa, nakukuha niya yung stops na gusto niya and na-provide niya yung hinahanap sa kanya ni Coach Fury.
That's right. And look at how Benilde's or San Beda's bigs were hounding Alan Liwag underneath. No easy shots for Liwag today.
Yes, and again, nandito na tayo sa best of 3 game, So wala na talagang balikan ito, and if you really want to win, kailangan gawan mo ng paraan katulad yan. He's the reigning MVP, and you can't let him be open or find the shots that you want to take.
And Brian Sahonia scores on the fade. He has all 4 points of San Beda so far. So again, he averaged 18 points a game against Benilde in our classification round. The Blazers starting off with more shooters on the floor. You got Moel Morales and Matthew Oli in the lineup. Cut coming from Morales, and he scores inside.
And I like the decision making na ginagawa nito ni Allen Liwag, Dahil alam niya na pinapressure siya talaga ng San Beda with their bigs. Hinahanap muna niya yung teammates niya to set them up first in order for him to get more open later on in this quarter.
Back shot is off for Yukian Andrada. Here comes Jomel Ancheta playing great as of late alongside Ian Torres. Tony Inot facing his former team. Liwag on the roll, and Liwag will get his first basket.
Okay, he was able to get open in that possession, just because of kanina during the first possession, he gave up that pass. And then this time, inabangan nila yung pasa, but he was open for that layup.
And Joe Celso is down after that bump with Matthew Oli holding on to his midsection here. You gotta see what happened again. Kung napatumba mo yung Joe Celso, ibig sabihin malakas yun. Okay, our first review of the game. Okay, we got our eye on. Oh, it was Moel Morales bumping into Celso.
Yep. Normally, ang sasabihin ng coach is to pick up early. But in this case, it doesn't look like it was a pickup. There was a contact, definitely a contact. But let's see what the referees will call on that.
Talagang may motion kasi to charge at Joe Celso, even for a bit. So tignan natin kung tatawagan to ng mga officials natin.
Again, this is a best of 3 series. And syempre, you want your opponents to know na you guys are playing tough.
Yeah.
And you guys, syempre, hindi ka na lang talaga naglalaro para sa sarili mo dito kasi may pride na rin to for the entire school.
Yeah.
So,
no unsportsmanlike fouls, just a regular foul against Moel Morales. 2 minutes gone by here in the first frame. Full apiece yung magkabilang panic natin.
Oo, pero na-achieve ni Morales yung gusto niya ma-achieve doon, to make sure na ma-feel yung presence niya.
Nigel Gonzalez off on the turnaround J. Here's Jomel Ancheta. Ancheta spins away. He's got the bigger Gonzalez on him. Inot. Morales thought about it. Free throw line jumper is off. And Ollie gets the offensive rebound. They swing to Enot, who goes for three. In and out. Second chance or third chance here for Benilde. Scoop, no hoop. Ball is tapped around, finally ending up with a Jonty Miller. Miller is on the move. Stolen by Ancheta, picked up by Oli. Here comes Benilde, pull-up jumper. And a cold start for both teams here. Now we are ready to throw it back to our courtside reporter. Here's the first quarter report with Fatima Reyes. Fatima.
Morning and Prince, how do you mend a broken heart? Well, for the Blazers, they started the season heartbroken by the Red Lions, and now coming into the semis, they're chasing more than a revenge, but a redemption for themselves. Alan Liwag told me that we're going to see a different Blazers this time. Dumaan na raw sila sa butas ng karayom para makarating dito, kaya nang tanungin ko siya kung paano nila pinaghandaan ang San Beda. Sabi niya, bit-bitaw nila ang motibasyon na balik na rin from 0-2 to 2-0 ang standing nila ngayong semifinals. Coming from their Sino Duwag mantra written on their board na walang gustong umamin kung sino ang nagsulat. Let's expect nothing but more courage as they heal their heart and win this game 1. Balik sa inyo.
Maraming salamat, Fatima Reyes, our courtside reporter. Sino kaya ang nagsulat nun? But,
and I mean, that magandang comeback story yun.
Yeah.
Coming from a 0-2, siyempre mas okay kung makuha mo nga naman ng 2-0.
That's right. Second matchup, they lost to San Beda 80-76. Again, they did have Alan Liwag, but they definitely still fought in that game. A good cut by Ancheta, just couldn't buy a basket. Benilde is still in front. Brian Zahonia falls down. And ball sticking with the Red Lions. Sean O'Malley, his first entry in the game, replacing Alan Liwag.
Quality minutes galing dito kay break up kay Allen.
So, as we see here, the play is Jomel Ancheta racing to the rim to give Benilde the 2-point advantage.
And especially knowing San Beda, they have bigs talaga na they're going down not as fast as the guards. So, might as well make the most out of that by really attacking and keeping the pace fast. Kasi yun talaga ang laro ng Benilde Blazers.
That's right. We'll get back to that point, but first, let's go to this timeout. Benilde is ahead by 2. Back to our coverage. Early moments of Game 1 in the semifinals between San Beda and Benilde. And it is the Blazers with a slightly faster start here, Prince.
And you know, that's something na nakita natin all throughout the season. Medyo talaga nag-struggle itong San Beda whenever they're facing a team that's really pushing the pace. Especially sa beginning pa lang ng game. They try to go with them with their pressure defense, pero medyo nag-struggle sila.
You just saw Sparkle artist Sean Bisagas watching here with the crowd. Chris Chu is there. I just saw him earlier in the Anak TV Awards, and he mentioned that he will drop by here in Araneta. But I thought he was gonna wear green. Di pala. Di tayo napaunlakan mag-green and white ng Chris Chu.
I mean, hindi ko lang sure, pero baka allergic siya doon.
Nakita ko na yun. Once nangyari. Hindi na ulit. Okay. 4 minutes exactly. Eclipsing here in the first frame. And Benilde is in front. Sean O'Malley now in the ball game, battling against Bismarck Lina. Morales driving right and scoring off the glass.
That was a good take galing dito kay Morales. But again, presence ni Sean O'Malley. Yung bantay niya hindi na humel. So ganun kalaki yung nabigay niyang tulong para dito kay Morales by just mere standing there.
Yeah. Jonty Miller. Miller, slight fade. Is good for Miller.
Again, si John D. Miller ang isa sa pinaka-consistent all throughout season 101. And isa yan sa mga spots na talagang hinahanap niya.
That mid-range has been deadly all season long for Jonty. O'Malley against Lina. Oh, O'Malley with a nice move. Wala lang. Got it back. Big Sean will go one more time off the glass and in this time around.
Napakagandang move galing kay Sean O'Malley. Inunti-unti niya yun and he was able to get to his spot. And alam natin na yung mga ganyan kalapit, siguradong piso-piso sa kanya yan.
Brian Sahonia drops in the first triple of the game.
Oh, this is a good sign for San Beda, no? But meron silang mga games na hot start itong si Brian Sahonia pero medyo lumalabig during the middle part of the game. So let's see if kaya niya masustain yung ganyan ka-aggressive na opensa na meron siya ngayon.
Bagsak si Sahonia off a screen by Morales. 3 to shoot. Mowell will pull the trigger. Left it short. Only offensive rebound. Ipinilit. And here comes Nigel Gonzalez. Oh, pass is picked off by Tony Inot. Back the other way we go. Tony is on the move. Passing to Ancheta for the easy lay. Second basket of the game for Jomel Ancheta, and Benilde is now ahead by 3.
Like what I said kanina, no, medyo nagsistruggle talaga itong San Beda when it comes to a faster-paced team.
Brian Sahonia is on fire in the first.
Sumilit lang, heat check lang. Nag-heat check lang ito si Brian Sahonia na dinig ata yung nabanggit ko kanina.
10 first quarter points for Brian Sahonia. 10 of San Beda's 12 so far. Ball is loose. It is still with Benilde. Tony sets his feet. Comes up short though. Ito na si Nigel Gonzalez. Gonzalez, yes!
Oh, he powered his way through dito kay Oli. Ano? Napakagandang move na yun. Nakuha niya yung contact, nakuha niya yung space na hinahanap niya. And that's an easy bucket para kay Gonzalez.
And San Beda overtakes. It's been a 5-0 run for the Red Lions. Morales from 17. Oli offensive board. Wala pa rin yung putbacks niya.
Oh, pero isa yan sa mga strength nito ni Oli. Ano? Buong season, makikita mo yan pumasok sa loob para kumuha ng mga rebounds.
Look how quickly Miller operated on the break.
Okay, kanina binanggit natin ano, na medyo nag-struggle sila pag mabilis yung pace ng kalaban nila. But in this case, sumasabay sila. If not, mas binibilisan pa nila yung pace nila kumpara mo dito sa Benilde Blazers.
Dalawa pa lang pinanggagalingan ng puntos para sa San Beda. 10 for Sahonia, 4 for Miller, and Miller pulls down the rebound. Jonty, foul given up by Jomel Ancheta, and the refs are signaling just a regular foul, but the whole San Beda coaching staff looking for, at least 3 coaches are looking for an unsportsmanlike foul. We'll find out the verdict after this break. Balik sa ating laban, it is a 16-12 tally so far. San Beda is now in front, right behind a 7-0 run late in the first quarter. And it is being fueled by Sahonia and Miller, Prince.
And balikan natin yung sinabi ko kanina, anong sinusubukan nilang mas mabilis pa yung pace nila kumpara mo dito sa Benilde Blazers na kung akala ko kanina ay mabilis na. Itong San Beda, mas pinupush pa nila yung bola on offense and medyo nagsastruggle sila in terms of offensive rebounds ng Benilde pero right after makuha nila yung bola, isa lang nasa isip nila, itakbo yung bola and pakabulin yung mga players ng Benilde.
That guy has been on fire for San Beda. Brian Sahonia with 10 points in the first 7 minutes. As we see here, Mr. Chris Chu got an award earlier, an TV award alongside, of course, NCAA opening ceremony also got an award on that. So congratulations to the winners, especially from GMA. Jimmy Reyes is now in the game and he wastes no time.
Ooh, that was a tough finish para dito kay Reyes. Ano, kita natin kung paano siya talagang smother nitong ni Torres in terms of pressure defense. But he still got his way down the lane and made the basket.
Jake Gaspay Nothing there. Here comes Reyes. Reyes, of course, majority of the games he has started for San Beda. Jomel Puno is back in the lineup after being out for a few games. And here is Ian Torres.
Oh, now this is the kind of matchup na hinahanap talaga ng ating mga manonood and lahat ng mga alumni. Yung kompleto, yung parehas na koponan. Kumbaga, wala ka nang pwedeng gawiting dahilan. Wala ka nang pwedeng ibang kunan ng dahilan na kasi ganito, kasi ganyan. Now that they're both complete, this is like the perfect matchup para umpisahan itong ating best of three.
That's right. Sanchez, Reyes exchanging baskets, and we needed to mention that and emphasize that kasi majority of the season depleted tong dalawang teams natin. You know, they're losing key guys in most of the games. Now they are complete just in time for the Final Four.
And again, siguro ang priority talaga natin, ang priority ng teams natin is yung safety nitong ating mga players, and the more na i-push mo yung mga players pag may nararamdaman sila, baka lalong tumagal yung injury nila if not lumala. Diba? So, ngayon, saktong-sakto lang na umaabot sila dito sa ating Final Four.
Kompleto. Of course, Puno coming back from a back injury. Kind of lingered to his knee, but he seems fine. But ito mag-a-adjust pa ng konti itong si Jomel Puno, lalong-lalo na sa game speed. And what a game for him to come back to. Sa Araneta pa yung laban natin.
I mean, kung merong game na babalik ka, ito yung pinakamaganda.
Puno has only played 8 games in the competition so far. What a spin by Big Sean. Nothing there, ball is loose. That is with Jonty Miller. Ooh, Miller falls down. Miller is livid with Jake Gaspay. Was it a chair pull? Yeah. Parang in-anticipate ni Gaspay yung movement ni Jonty Miller.
Oo, medyo bumaba lang yung kamay. That would have been the perfect chair pull moment para sa kanya. Kasi ginamit niya yung force nitong ni Jonty Miller to, to step out of the way and not take any contact.
Jonty Miller at the free throw line. Again, he has been the league's leading scorer in just his first season in the NCAA. Almost 20 points per game. Unstoppable at times. The rookie from California.
Parang the walking highlight reels.
Yeah. Kumbaga, may hype na kasi kay Jonty. Ano pa lang, entering the season.
Yeah,
and he lived up to it.
Summer Leagues pa lang, naririnig na natin yung pangalan nito ni Jonty Miller from all the pocket tournaments na sinasalihan ng San Beda.
That's right. 20-15 is the tally. Ian Torres against Reyes. He's got Lina on the switch. Kahukom for 3. Too strong that time. Rebound goes to Zedje Tulje. And Tulje gets the layup.
Napakalayo ng naging take-off nitong ni Tulje, pero alam niya kung ano ang limitasyon niya at nakuha niya pa rin yung layup na ganun kalayo.
Paborito niya yung mga early take-off na ganun. Gaspay! Wow! Good footwork shown by Jake Gaspay. He gets the basket and the foul.
Props din dito kay Gaspay, Quality minutes ang pinapakita niya dito para sa Benilde Blazers, and kung meron ka nga namang papalitan, and kung mga alin-iwag ang papalitan mo na player, yung minutes na nakakapagpahinga siya, pero nakakapag-provide ka at the same time, napakalaki nun para sa Benilde.
Kaya ito yung galaw ni Jake Gaspay, binawian itong si Zedje Tulje. Of course, Jake Gaspay, his first season with the Blazers. SJ Moore coming in for the first time as well. Liwag will get a rest.
Itong si SJ Moore, madalas ito yung magic bunot nito ni Coach Charles Chu. Whenever pumapasok yan sa loob, he might not be, putting up lots of points, pero yung hustle at saka yung energy na napoprovide niya para sa Benilde, napakalaki.
Ian Torres to the cup. And the Blazers get a 4-point swing in that sequence. So the lead is down to 3 as Reyes puts it up. And there is a whistle on his way down. So they'll give Jimmy Reyes 3 free throws before we officially close down the first period.
Oh, pero parang nakita natin dito si Coach Charles na tumatawag ng review.
Here's the play in question. Tumalo na yung Reyes. Ian Torres did his best to avoid contact with Jimmy Reyes. So we'll see. That's an immediate call for review for Coach Charles Chu. Dahil malaki to, Prince. 3 yun eh.
Oo, pero kung makikita nyo dun sa replay kanina, no, yung contact happened bago nag-expire yung time. Pero yung whistle ng referee, narinig natin after na ng buzzer.
Na buzzer, okay.
So we're gonna see kung ano yung magiging verdict ng ating mga referees.
Okay. Okay. Wala na. Nullified yung goal, so the score is 22-19 in favor of San Beda after the first. Magbabalik po kami. Welcome back to the coverage. Mancom Chairman for Season 101 from our host school, Mapúa University, Sir Melchor Divina. On your screens, we have multiple former players in attendance as well. But first, we gotta mention Sir Dax Castellano mula naman sa De La Salle College of St. Benilde. Walking shot to, ni Sir Dax. And we're also being joined by Dr. Lorenzo from EAC. Good to have you with us. You guys are watching NCAA Season 101. We are entering the second quarter between Benilde and San Beda. So far, it's a 3-point lead for the Red Lions. Martin Javier alongside Prince Rivero here in the broadcast. Later on, we'll hear again from our courtside reporter, Fatima Reyes. But I want to go first to Prince here. First quarter natin, nagpalitan ng runs. Itong dalawang teams. Benilde had a hotter start, pero bumawi ang San Beda.
Medyo bumagal yung Benilde in terms of yung pace nila, no? But the latter part of the first quarter, medyo nakahabawi sila by taking things a little slower, but setting up their offense perfectly.
And that's a good sign for Jomel Puno, knocking down the jumper. His first 2 points off the game, his first bucket in 7 games for San Beda. Cometa feeding Sanchez, who was the leading scorer in their first encounter with 24 points off the bench. Sanchez called for the offensive foul and took it to the chest of his defender as we go courtside once again. As we see here, Brian Sahonia down on the floor after that hard contact. Ito, sige, we'll get to Fatima in a bit. But let's see first what happened. Sanchez getting physical with Brian Sahonia on that post-up. Brian has been key for San Beda so far. 10 points nung first quarter. Oo nga eh.
Meron yata
dito sa...
natamaan nga ata si Brian.
Ito, post-up, boom. Ooh! Okay. There was a slight extension.
Oo, medyo lumagpas yung chicken wing. Kasi yan, yung tinatawag nila sa mga ganyang move, normally when you're posting up, you use talaga your elbow to create that space and to make sure, you know, you get the space that you need.
And the referee, Abdullah, calling this one an unsportsmanlike foul on Justin Sanchez. So 2 shots coming up here. See Jimmy Reyes, or who will take the free throws? It's going to be John T. Miller. As Ahonya goes to the bench.
And medyo mabigat ito para sa Benilde Blazers kasi sumusubok sila makabawi ng run dahil medyo maganda ang naging umpisa ng San Beda dito pero mabigat itong tawag na ito para sa kanila.
John T. Miller steady at the free throw line. And if you're Justin Sanchez, tatlo yan. Cometa, Sanchez, and Eno, former San Beda players. This is the game that they have to keep their cool. Prince, di ba? Kailangan nila yung ng Benilde, yung servisyo nila all throughout the game. San Beda here opens up their biggest lead so far, 26-19. Let's turn it over to our courtside reporter, Fatima Reyes. Go ahead.
Morton and Prince, it's now season 101, but for Yuki and Andrada, they're still fighting from their season 100 heartbreak. When I asked the captain on what was their reaction when they found out that they're facing Benilde, he told me that they felt excited. Gusto raw nilang makabawi at iparamdam sa Blazers kung ano ang naramdaman nila last season. Now for this series, Yuki shared that the key to winning this game is their defense because that's what brought them here. And this echoes Coach Yuri's reminder to help each other, especially when it comes to rebounding. Now let's see how their excitement turned to a revenge win in this game. Martin and Prince.
Thank you so much, Fatima Reyes. You just saw a spectacular move in transition from John T. Miller.
Pinoy step. Pinakitaan tayo ng Pinoy step ni John T. Miller.
That was a difficult shot, but you're right. You know, that adds to the storyline between these two teams. A season ago, season 100, in the Final Four, tinambakan ng Benilde Blazers itong San Beda. In that Final Four matchup, of course, they didn't have Jomel Puno who sustained an ankle injury. In their very last game of the elimination round, hindi siya nakapaglaro doon.
Oo, medyo napilayan sila.
John T. Miller continues his barrage. The Red Lions opening up an 11-point lead. Timeout on the floor. Welcome back. This is NCAA Season 101 on GTV and Heart of Asia. Everywhere online and dyan tayo sa GMA Sports PH and NCAA Philippines. The Red Lions are in full control. Right behind the production of this guy, John T. Miller. Sidestep and a tough lefty finish.
Take note, on a 2-on-1 situation, normally, you look for your teammate for an easier layup. Pero si John T, pinuntahan pa niya yung teammate niya, kinahirapan pa niya yung sarili niya just to get that layup. I mean, Pinoy step pa yun, ha?
Yeah. And afterwards, elbow jumper from the right side.
Keeping things hot.
30-19, and they taped up or nilagyan na nila ng bandage itong si Brian Sahonia. You see that wound rather from the Sanchez elbow a few minutes ago. Ancheta going straight to the basket.
Ayun, makikita mo doon, yung decision nito ni Yuki Andrada na hindi na i-challenge si Ancheta kesa ma-open pa itong si Lima.
Topside 3 from Nigel Gonzalez. And that's something we haven't seen a lot in the season. Yung offensive production nito ni Gonzalez. 33-21 for San Beda. Liwag naghahanap ng bola. They couldn't get it to him. Bounce pass. Big Sean picks it up. 3 to shoot. He needs to take it. Turn around. Drops in for Sean O'Malley.
What a nice move by Sean O'Malley. Back-to-back points ni Sean O'Malley, parehas. Spin move, spin cycle. Specialty yata niya yun.
By the way, today is O'Malley's birthday. So may
happy
birthday touch.
Oh, happy birthday kay Big Sean.
Tony. Natapigan ni Gonzalez. Let's see here. Joe Melancheta attacking the opening to get the layup. And then Nigel Gonzalez settles in for a 3.
Oh, bumawi lang ito si Nigel Gonzalez.
33-23 is the tally. Gonzalez, yes! We're seeing an offensive-minded Nigel Gonzalez here in the second as he goes for the end one.
I mean, imagine putting a mismatch on Nigel Gonzalez that we all know na kaya niya talaga i-take inside. And we both know also na pag puminit yan, talagang hinahanap niya.
Look at this. Again, he has the body to bully the other guards. That's been his calling card this season for San Beda. He's been more of a defensive guard. Pero pagdating sa offense, physicality.
Oo. And again, Coach Charles putting in ito si Justin Sanchez sa loob para mag-gain ng konting height ulit pabalik doon sa 5 na nasa loob.
So, Gonzalez couldn't complete the 3-point play. It stays a 12-point game. Inot. They feed Allen Liwag here at the post. Liwag against Andrada. Oh, what a pass. Big Sean up and in for Sean O'Malley.
Parang napakadali nung puntos na yun para kay Sean O'Malley. Ano? After niya makuha yung contact na gusto niya.
All day. It's good for Yukian Andrada.
Si Kapitan, sumubok na rin para check lang kung mainit na rin.
First basket para dito kay Yukian Andrada.
And I mean, ikaw didepensa kay Allen Liwag. Tapos, hindi ka i-reward ng mga ganong klaseng tira. Parang nakakapagod yun eh.
Sean with a couple of spins. There's a foul underneath. They're calling it on Nigel Gonzalez.
Oh, good eye. Galing dito sa referees natin, ano?
Ito, Sean O'Malley getting the basket after one bump versus Celso.
Sinabi ko daw kasi kanina na parehas na shoot niya, spin move galing. So sabi niya, sige, papakita kita ng isang bump lang.
Ito na si Allen Liwag forcing his way in. It's been a rough time inside for Allen Liwag so far. Just 1 out of 7 from the field.
Yes, and I mean, even if ako ang ilagay mo sa situation ni Allen Liwag, kung 3 or 4 white jerseys yung makikita mo sa loob, talagang mahihirapan ka.
He's clearly a marked man para dito sa Benilde Blazers. Sahonya, shot clock winding down, 4 to shoot. Yukian puts it up. Yukian knocks it down. 16-point lead for the Red Lions.
This is gonna be really tough, ano, para dito sa Benilde Blazers. Imagine na Allen Liwag guarding Yuki Andrada, who can step out of the 3-point area. I mean, farther than the 3-point area. That's gonna be really tough for him. Kasi mababawasan ng rebounder itong Benilde Blazers sa loob.
That's right. Liwag, no. Tip in for Sean O'Malley, who has 8 points in the first half. John T. Di discarte. Sahonya with the basketball. Sahonya fakes. Sanchez is called for the foul. Went for Sahonya's pump fake. As we see here the sequence. Bailout 3 for Mr. Yukian Andrada. His second triple this quarter. And on the other side, Big Sean, tips it up and in.
Perfect na perfect itong posisyonan ni Big Sean O'Malley doon sa ilalim, ano?
Yeah.
After niya makuha yung bump galing sa box out, mayroon na siyang space para doon sa tip-in.
Brian Sahonya, after scoring 10 points in the first quarter, ito yung kanyang unang puntos sa kanyang pagbabalik sa laban. 1 out of 2. And rebound for Liwag. Benilde will try to chip away. This is going to be an important 4.5 minutes for them here in the first half. Enot, no. His struggles will continue here. Tony Enot, 0 out of 4 so far. Bismarck, carving space. Lina, wala. Lina again, still nothing. That's good. Deep played by Umali. Back the other way we go. Tony will wait. Inside pass. Liwag with the left hand. It's good.
Oo, dalawa, tatlo na yung bantay ni Liwag doon. Nakuha pa rin niya yung puntos. Pero makikita mo rin na nag-adjust agad itong San Beda. No? Pinasok nila si Bismarck Lina para subukan ma-stop itong si Sean Umali at saka Alin Liwag tandem.
Liwag with the second basket. Brian Zahonia uncorks again. Misfires. Ito na si Tony Enot. Tony has it. Tony stepped in 3 off the back iron. Ancheta puts it up and puts it in. He's having a solid first half. Joman Ancheta now with 6 points in the game, and he cuts down the lead to 11. Sir Frank Ducey Jr. of Perpetual. Of course, he's here. His team on an unfortunate end in our game number 1 in the other series. Attorney Jonas Cabochan of San Beda University. More members of the ManCom. Sir Paul Supan from Jose Rizal University. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Maraming salamat sa pagtuto sa NCAA. Last sequence natin. Alin Liwag scores with the left hand. And this is Jomel Ancheta. 6 points in the first half. And they're able to cut the lead down to 11.
Dito natin makikita ngayon, itong pagbalik natin ng second quarter with 3 minutes and 21 seconds. May makikita nyo itong si Reyes and itong si Ancheta. Medyo nagkakaroon ng konting heat. And I mean, hindi natin may iwasan yan, lalo na yung mga ganito ka-importanteng gigs.
Dito ng konti, this is playoff intensity we're playing at. Lina, Jonty, 8 on the 24. Miller draws 2. Jimmy Reyes for 3. Comes up short. Might be deflected as well. Sanchez sends it out. Ancheta from the corner. Too strong. Miller picks it up. Here comes Miller. 1 on 3. Miller. Good D by Sean Umali. Getting all ball.
And again, prior to this play, meron din nakuha ito si Sean Umali kanina dito kay Bismarck Lina. Dalawang block.
Diyan mo talaga maaasahan itong si Sean Umali. Especially on the break. Maganda yung timing niya dun sa mga blocks na gano'n. Justin Sanchez bringing it across, driving on his former teammate, throws it away. Gonzalez, helter skelter. And it'll stay with the San Beda Red Lions after a chaotic sequence. Look at this. Oof. Slight pull down by Oli on Gonzalez.
I mean, that's going to be part of the game. I mean, you're playing a Final Four match and it's Benilde against San Beda. Parehas na teams to. Mataas ang pagkakakilan in terms of basketball. So yung pride niyan, hindi mo maaalis yan.
That's right. Gonzalez draws the foul. And he continues to be offensive-minded here in the first half. 7 points for Gonzalez, 3 rebounds and 3 assists. Remember, in his rookie year, he was a key component of their championship team.
Tama. Oo, kasi very aggressive yung pag-control niya ng laro doon. And hindi lang on offense. I mean, babalikan natin na siya yung pinadadala ni Coach Yuri kung sino man yung scorer ng kalaban. Siya yung pinantatapat doon para makakuha ng mga stops.
That's right. But again, we know him from his days with the Mapúa Red Robins. Alam natin, may scoring ito. Si Nigel Gonzalez, may scoring din. And he knocks down the first free throw. 43-31. Isang Beda faithful. Traveling here to Araneta to watch some Final Four action. 2 for 2, perfect from the line.
Look at that, even the big guys, Nelson Beda pressuring. Paglagpas pa lang ng half court, and then mo makikita yung dedication, siyempre yung sakripisyo na pinapakita nila.
Liwag. Allen scans, throws it outside. Here's Tony. Torres, difficult shot. It's good though for Ian Torres.
What a nice spacing galing dito sa Benilde Blazers. Nung napansin nila na napunta na kay Allen Liwag yung bola, kung makikita mo lahat sila nag-spread out to give him space para maglaro sa loob. And we both know na hindi naman ball hog ito si Allen Liwag. So hinanap agad niya yung kick out. They were able to get the shot out of it.
Made the right play also on this side. Offensive foul on Bismarck Lina. As we see this sequence, Enot with nowhere to go, went to Ian Torres, who made the contested jumper. 44-33. Torres handling it. Tony. Sean retrieves. 7 to shoot. Backing down, spins away, and draws the foul on Bismarck Lina.
Again, the specialty move from Sean O'Malley. Getting that contact and then spinning to the baseline, looking for the perfect angle from underneath.
And Prince, Sean doesn't mind the height disparity.
Yes.
Diba?
I mean, he has the size. Andun pa rin naman yung height, meron pa rin. And ang pinaka-importante kasi dyan yung footwork niya, and he knows how to use his body. And he makes sure na pag nakuha niya na yung space na kailangan niya, konti lang, yung konting space na kailangan niya, he makes the most out of it. And he has lots of his moves na ginagawa naman talaga. And very effective siya when it comes to the post offense.
Kaya importante yung few weeks na wala si Allen Liwag, yung siya talaga yung pinupuntahan, ano?
He was able to, get to his rhythm and make sure na ma-familiarize pa niya yung sarili niya dun sa mga moves na pinapractice niya.
In one game, he had the monster double-double. 28 points, double-digit rebounds for Sean O'Malley. 11 rebounds. So, he's in his bag going into this playoffs.
Kumbaga he came prepared.
Yeah.
And hindi naging masama para sa Benilde kung pagkawala ni Allen Liwag. Of course, ayaw natin na may nawawalang players because of injuries, di ba? Pero napabuti pa para sa Benilde dahil nakuha ni Sean yung rhythm na isa sa mga kinakailangan nitong Benilde.
That's right. Jonty Miller scores with the left hand again. It's now becoming too easy for Miller, who now has 14.
Look at the spacing of Benilde Blazers here. They're giving all the space Allen Liwag needs.
Tony left it short. He tracks it down, saves it. Torres will back up. He will set the table here for Benilde. Enot, 3 to shoot. He needs to take. Tony. Wala pa rin para kay Tony Enot. He has been the missing link for Benilde so far. Gonzalez. Miller, 8 to shoot. Player down, and this is going to be a foul on Matthew Oli. So, not a good foul for Oli as they are already in the penalty.
Oh, and I mean, there's only 6 seconds left in a second quarter, giving up a foul like that and getting your second foul, especially if ikaw ang isa sa mga inaasahan ng team mo, I don't think it's a good foul para dito sa Benilde.
Matthew Oli got the start today. And he goes to the bench. Replacing him is Joe Melancheta, Zed Etulie. On your screens earlier, Joe Celso will take 2.
Oh, and isa to sa mga senior nitong San Beda. Kung gusto mag-iwan ng magandang legacy.
Tsaka itong si Joe Celso, reliable big body.
Yes, I mean, he's one of the perfect role player talaga na. Kumbaga, if you're a team that's looking for a role player that you know na will stick to making sure na ma-provide niya yung role niya. One of the guys that you're gonna look for talaga is a guy that's like Joe Celso.
Especially in a star-studded team like the San Beda Red Lions, as Etulie checks in for him. Bob Cometa.
I mean, you know, hindi lang naman sa San Beda nakikita yung mga ganyang perfect role. Sean O'Malley, he's one of the, few of the people na pwede mo talagang sabihin na if you're looking for a guy, meron Joe Celso, may Sean O'Malley na pag pinupuntahan mo ang offense, kaya kang bigyan ng puntos in terms of defense. Napakaganda ng mga decision making.
That's right. So that's the foul to give for San Beda. Game clock is down to 4 4/10 of a second. But this is a nice run to end the first half for the San Beda Red Lions, maintaining their dominance. Allen Liwag, Gonzalez, steady defense right there to disrupt Liwag's flow. 2 seconds left in the first half, and it is Gab Gomeda triggering this one in. Sanchez coming in as well for some firepower in this final 2 seconds.
Sino sa tingin mo ang magte-take ng last shot dito sa second quarter?
Baka ito ng Liwag. Alley-oop, wala. Oh, tip in. Allen Liwag sticking with the play. And gets them a basket to end the first half.
Yeah, and that's over Joe Celso.
Always an advantage if you have Allen Liwag deep in the paint.
Yeah, and props to the passer. That's not an easy pass. I mean, coming from behind the glass for the perfect alley-oop pass. That's tough.
48-37. Benilde gets the basket. The lead, though, is still 11 for the San Beda Red Lions. Numbers and the story of the first half coming right up. And performances from our cheerleading squads as well. Kaya Alice, magbabalik ang NCAA Season 101 Semifinals. Welcome back to the coverage. This is the Benilde Blazers Pep Squad performing at center court, and we have to show you guys an award that we received earlier in Manila Pen. It is from Anak TV. It's a seal for our showing of the NCAA Season 100 opening ceremony. Ayan po, marami pong salamat sa Anak TV for this award. In last year po to, sa Season 100 opening ceremony. Again, dito sa NCAA, of course, we uphold the values of Anak TV, especially in catering to the youth of this country. Muli po, maraming salamat sa Anak TV Seal Awards for this recognition. Yeah. But at the half, it is an 11-point game in favor of the San Beda Red Lions, 48-37. You guys have Martin Javier alongside Prince Rivero here in the coverage. This is our score here. In a bit, we'll see the story of our first and second quarter. But thank you so much for joining us via GTV and Heart of Asia. Ito yung ating first quarter highlights. This was, alternate or an alternative runs mula sa magkabilang panig natin, Prince. Benilde got the faster start. San Beda bumawi. Sila yung abante sa huli.
Medyo nag-prosper itong San Beda, by putting the throttle lower, syempre, by making their pace faster than Benilde. Nag-struggle yung Benilde nung medyo nagkaroon sila ng big lineup. Although nakukuha nila yung offensive rebounds in terms of their offense, pero nag-struggle sila in, getting back on defense kasi, again, itong San Beda, sumubok nga talaga na bilisan yung pace nila kasi mas magiging effective para sa kanila. And kung makikita mo, naging effective, especially yung mga guards with Brian Sahonia, Nigel Gonzalez, and John D. Miller. Yun yung mga nag-prosper nitong first half. Kitang-kita naman natin kung paano nila talaga push yung bola and kung paano nag-struggle din yung Benilde. Although yung Benilde, makikita mo naman na ang medyo gumanda ang laro yung big man nila. Dahil nga medyo nag-small lineup itong San Beda, na-maximize nila ngayon yung bigs nila, which is si Allen Liwag and si Sean Amani.
And we continue to see the fast-paced action of our first quarter. Going into the second though, San Beda was just ahead 22-19. But in the second quarter, they used that second frame to further extend the lead. It was as many as 16 points, 41-25. They ended with an 11-point lead at the half here. Prince, exactly kung paano nila ginawa yun, but other players contributed as well.
Oo.
Di ba?
Yes, and again, babalikan natin, yung guards nitong San Beda, pinush talaga nila yung bola kasi alam nila na medyo hindi ganun ka makakasabay yung Benilde in terms of their speed dahil na-prioritize nila yung size for a moment. And sumubok din naman sila sumabay dun sa medyo smaller lineup para dun sa speed. Pero nag-struggle naman sila dun sa stops na nakukuha ng San Beda.
Leading scorers is John K. Miller with 14, Sahonia with 11, Nigel Gonzalez with 9, but Andrada also got all of his 6 points in that second quarter. And at the half, interesting stat here, Prince, number of attempts. Benilde is plus 21 in the number of attempts, but they're trailing it by 11 points.
Again, if you're gonna see dito sa screen, 0 out of 11 sila sa 3-pointer, and alam natin kung saan talaga nanggagaling itong strengths ng Benilde. And like what I said kanina, Sean O'Malley and Allen Liwag, top scorers para dito sa Benilde Blazers, and that alone, you're gonna see bakit meron silang additional 21 attempts para sa first half, and bakit 0 out of 11 sila from the outside. Kasi prioritize nila yung bigs nila, and so far, successful sila doon.
That's right. Ito yung ating key matchup of the day. Two very different bigs from each side. Sean O'Malley with more production. Yukian with all of his 6 points from the three-point country.
And mabigat yung naging dalawang tira nito ni Yuki, Kasi medyo magkadikit yung 3-pointer niya na yon. And again, may hirapan nga naman ang big man ng Benilde kapag si Yuki ang binantayan nila dahil may lalabas niya. Itong big man ng Benilde at mababawasan ng firepower yung Benilde pagdating sa loob.
Second half begins. Good to have you with us. Once again, this is Martin Javier and Prince Rivero taking care of the coverage or taking care of this broadcast. San Beda versus Benilde, game number 1 of their semi-final matchup. The Red Lions, they want to get back to the promised land. Same with Benilde.
Oh, but not the start na hinahanap nitong Benilde, no? Kasi unang possession pa lang na nagkaroon kaagad sila ng turnover, and then pagbalik dito sa kabilang side naman, nabigay nila yung easy layup para dito sa San Beda.
Again, these two teams, Benilde was in the finals last year and 3 seasons ago. San Beda, well, they got the championship in season 99. John T. Miller, pocket pass. Celso stops his dribble. Back to John T, who pulls the trigger and doesn't get the bounce. Ito na si Joe Celso. Recycled shot clock here for San Beda. It is down to 5. John T for the bailout. Miller with some head time. Tough finish for John T. Miller as we go back to our courtside reporter who came from the dugout. Nandito si Fatima Reyes.
Tapang, sipag at disiplina. Yan daw ang tatlong bagay na kulang sa Benilde Blazers noong first half. Now inside the dugout, Coach Charles reminded the team to settle down. Wala raw silang rason para magpanik dahil marami pa daw silang oras para bumawi. Ngayon, bigay diin ni Coach Charles na masyado raw silang malambot ang galawan nila kaya hindi pumapabor ang bawat subok nila sa bola. Now in the second half, they have to be hardworking enough to make shots, be courageous enough to put more pressure, and to be disciplined enough to react in any circumstance. Huling sigaw nga ni Coach Charles ay laban dahil malayo para rito. Balik sa inyo, Martin and Chris.
Thank you so much, Fatima Reyes. They have to play like that team that's won 4 of their last 5 games. But right now, we're not seeing that from the Benilde Blazers here as they continue to submit to San Beda here in the third quarter.
Okay, I like what's happening ngayon, ano? In terms of scouting report, if you're gonna look at the Benilde Blazers, ang
Saan mo natin to? Oh!
Oh, ayan yung play kanina na halos mapatalon tayo sa upuan natin. I mean, hindi ko ina-expect na magiging ganun kahirap yung tira na yun, pero masushoot pa rin niya.
Yeah, continuing with your point.
Continuing with my point, ano? If you're gonna do a scouting report on the Benilde Blazers, ano, alam natin na strengths nila is Allen Liwag, Sean O'Malley, mostly in their bigs. And so far, yun yung binibigay ng San Beda sa kanila. Sige, ibigay niyo yung bola kay Allen, ibigay niyo yung bola kay Sean, and we're gonna make sure na we're gonna clog the paint and leave you guys with the three-pointer kasi so far, they haven't been, you know, getting shots from the outside. Again, 0 out of 11 sila from the first half. And naging effective itong game plan ni Coach Yuri during the first half. And we're gonna find out if magtutuloy-tuloy pa yun sa second half. But they really need to step up this second half kasi kailangan nilang humanap ng players na kaya mag-step up. Dahil so far, medyo nasa-shut down ng Beda. Ito si Allen Liwag.
That's right. Benilde is actually a solid 3-point shooting team in the season. Number 5 in terms of percentage. Habang itong San Beda, pangatlo.
Oh, and Benilde has a 26% 3-point field goal.
Yeah. So, again, they'll need that. Especially against this San Beda team who loves to shoot it from the outside. Mintis lang yun mula kay Yukian Andrada. Ito na si Jomel Ancheta. 39-56 is the tally. Inside pass. Nakaposisyon yung Sanchez. Up and in for Justin Sanchez and the foul. So, ito na yung hinihintay na production mula kay Justin Sanchez. As we see this move by Jomel Ancheta. Sanchez in the first half only had 1 field goal. 3 points, 2 rebounds.
Oh, and kung matatandaan natin, during the beginning of the season, etong si Sanchez, kumbaga, siya yung parang go-to guy nitong Benilde, no? He was averaging, I think, 20-something points the first 2 or 3 games para dito sa Benilde Blazers. But the past few games, medyo hindi ganun kalaki yung nagiging output na naibibigay nitong ni Sanchez. And so, kailangan nila bumalik yung Sanchez na very aggressive on offense. Kasi if they're gonna look for offense from their big man lang, they're gonna really have a hard time.
Imagine, he was the leading scorer in the early parts of the season. At a little over 19 points per game, as well as John T. Miller misfires from mid-range. Look at Bismarck Lina going down for the basketball, but it goes to the other side. Now, Sanchez is not even in the top 10 when it comes to scoring. So,
medyo nag-struggle talaga.
there's been an obvious drop-off in sa scoring nito ni Justin Sanchez. But of course, that's to give the other players a chance as well. Kung sino yung mainit sa mga laban nila, yun yung pinapapuntos.
Yes, and you know, it happens eh. Hindi naman sa buong time, isa lang yung player talaga na talagang mainit.
Yeah.
But in the case of Benilde, whatever they did, bumaba man yung numbers nito ni Sanchez, they were successful. Kasi umabot sila dito sa Final Four.
That's right. And right now, it is a 15-point lead for the Red Lions. May timeout tayo. This is our Skechers Basketball fan performance of the game. Yung mga pedista. Ayan po, kumpleto sa props. Ayan yung ano nila, scarf,
Parang scarf banner. Parang scarf banner.
Diba?
Yeah. I mean, yan yung mga inaabangan natin kapag mga ganitong mga big games. Ano? Yung mga hindi lang magkakaibigan, yung mga pamilya, and syempre, yung mga OG. Yung mga dating naglaro din para sa mga respective teams natin na pumupunta dito sa venue natin, you know, para to support their alma mater and, you know, kasi dati sila yung sinusuportahan eh.
Yeah, that's right. And it's been a yearly tradition for these schools. Some Beda and Benilde, they've been part of at least the Final Four in the last few seasons in the NCAA. Jimmy Reyes is back on the floor, and he has the basketball. He loses it. Here comes Ancheta. Sanchez, pinagad si Sahonia. Good hands by Miller. But Sanchez retrieves. Ancheta, they swing to Torres for three. Torres knocks it down.
Ito na yung inaantay nila na, ano, na butas galing sa three-pointer. This is their first three-point basket for the entire game.
Is that the start of Benilde's connection from long distance? We'll find out in a bit. Miller, Reyes, pocket pass, nabitawan, Elina. And this is Ian Torres now. Torres saw an opening, flipped it up, and drew a foul in the process. It's going to be on Jimmy Reyes.
Nakita niya yung ano, butas na yun. Ano? I mean, normally kasi kapag may tao sa corner, hindi ka talaga dapat humelp. Isa yan sa mga binibigay na rule, general rules sa basketball. Ano? Kung sino man yung may tao sa corner, hindi ka pwedeng humelp. Kasi shooter man yan or hindi, hindi ka dapat humelp dyan. Dapat weak side mga galing help. But in that case, nakita nitong ni Torres yung ano, space doon sa gitna and na-maximize niya. Nakakuha pa siya ng foul.
And that's what you like about Ian Torres. You know, always looking for the best shot available. Kasi this is coming off a three-pointer earlier. Did not force it. Dito mira sa tres. Attack the opening.
No, and hindi lang si Torres. I mean, ito si Ancheta. He has been doing that since the beginning of this game, ano? Dahil alam natin na talagang nagko-collapse pagdating sa big man ng Benilde yung bola. Itong si Ancheta at si Torres for the entire game. Sila yung talagang naghahanap ng mga atake na yun papunta sa loob to get those baskets underneath.
You can two-dribble pull-up for Yuken Andrada for his 8th point. And that ends the Benilde mini run. There was
a turnover.
Yeah. So, Benilde cut it down to 10 points. Now, Yuken scored and they get the ball back. Talking about San Beda.
Oh, medyo hindi okay yun para sa Benilde. I mean, they're having the run and yung momentum nasa kanila.
Yeah. Pulled down by O'Malley. 2-on-2 break. Ancheta, no. But there was contact. Two shots coming up for Jomel Ancheta on the break. Let's see what happened here. Reyes was in front of Ancheta. Yeah, Jimmy was wondering where the foul was.
Oo, pero may contact. There was contact, syempre, dahil it was a fast break attempt, ano? Syempre, dahil inatake nitong ni Ancheta sa loob. Unfortunately, a referee scored the foul on that. And again, Hindi naman natin pwedeng bawiin yung mga ganang tawag.
Yeah. Ancheta misses the first. Benilde hasn't been to the free throw line often in this game. That's only their 8th attempt.
Yes, and if you're gonna compare the free throw attempts nitong San Beda compared to Benilde, makikita mo kung sino yung mas aggressive talaga in terms of attacking the lane and getting shots from the free throw line.
And it's also not going to help if they're not connecting from their few free throws today. 58 to 46. They swing it to Miller. Back to the right side here. Gonzalez pulling the trigger. Misfires. Ancheta tracks it down. Back kay Jamel. They swing it to Torres here on the right flank. Sanchez, hindi na ibigay. Nakawala yung Torres, pero mintis yung layup. Sorry miss at the rim. Miller, kaboom! John T. Miller for 3 to the delight of Dami Contapay, Rom De La Rosa, and Peter Alfaro, former San Beda Red Lions.
Nanggaling kay Nigel Gonzalez yung pasa, no? Pero hindi siguro nakita ng marami. Si Kapyuki, yung tumuro dito kay John T. Miller dahil nakita niya yung open. So parang assist niya na rin yan.
So yung nakaspot dito kay John T. Miller. Again, you leave Miller a little bit of space. Wala. They take advantage of it. Umali counters right back with a 3 of his own. So we have a stoppage here. Red Lions still on a roll, 61 to 49. Balik sa ating laban, NCAA Season 101 on GTV and on Heart of Asia. This is the Final Four. Also there on GMA Sports PH and NCAA Philippines. We're still inside the third quarter here at the Big Dome. More alumni. Ito, Calvin Oftana and the black shirt, Kevin Ferrer. From UST to, nag-college.
Star of idol ko yan.
Yan. Parang nagpalitan lang sila ni Oftana ng meta pa, no? Cultures may change. But good to see them. They're professional players.
And supporting.
Supporting, that's right. And after the 3, look at the celebration from former San Beda players as well. Big Sean drops in a triple right here to counter that Andrada 3. Reyes, 2 dribble pull-up, left it short. Alan Liwag pulls it down. 61-49. An important last 3 minutes in the third for the Blazers. They'll try to creep up and make it within striking distance before we end the third. Ball is loose. It is with Inot on a recycled shot clock. Tony. Oh, hard screen by Umali. Tony Inot airmails it. And San Beda playing steady defense as we see here. JB Bahio on your screens. Yan, no? At tabi ni Calvin Oftana.
Oo. Simple lang yung mga yan.
Of course, Bahio was, I think was part of that championship team. Was it?
Balikan ko lang si Kevin at saka si Kevin Ferrer and si Calvin. Baka future teammate nila. Ito si Celso.
Oh.
I think Celso was drafted by their team recently. And baka nandito sila showing support also. Diba?
Sama muna
si Yuki.
si
Kasi
Alfaro at De La Rosa, no?
para kay Yuki naman.
Yun.
Ako, si Sean.
Sean O'Malley.
Oh, Sean O'Malley.
Naghihintay na. Ako, yun pala makakabanggaan mo.
Hindi, kakampi kami.
Okay, kampi kami.
oh.
Hindi, sa
Kampi kami.
practice.
Sa practice.
Sa practice, yan. John T. Miller. Hang time. No. Torres makes the catch. And here come the Blazers.
Sean O'Malley being, you know, the wall na kinakailangan itong Benilde all throughout first half and you know this third quarter siya yung talagang nasa loob na tumatanggap ng lahat ng drive nitong San Beda.
61-51. Miller, what a pass! Bismarck Lina scores inside.
What a wraparound pass galing kay Miller. Alam niya rin na itong Benilde magko-collapse every time na atake siya. Looking for that open pass papunta dito kay Bismarck.
If it's not scoring, he is looking for his guys. Tony Inot flips it up and in.
Tough two-man game galing kay Tony Inot.
Pero hindi makabasag dito sa 10-point barrier ang Benilde Blazers.
I mean, it takes time.
Yeah.
It takes time kasi one possession at a time yan. Pero kung makikipagpalitan kayo ng shoot, ay mahihirapan talaga.
You can too strong on the three. Now this is a chance for Benilde to cut it down to a single-digit lead. Pero naagaw ni Brian Sahonia. It is a 3-on-3. Miller. Up and in for John T. Miller.
How did he make that shot? I mean, after that turnaround, medyo malalim na yung bola na yun. Pero naiangat niya pa rin.
21 points for Miller, and he got the rebound on the other side for rebound number 9.
And akala natin yung butas nito ni Torres sa 3 points kanina, pwedeng mag-spark ng outside shooting nila. But so far, struggling pa rin itong Benilde Blazers.
Brian Sahonia, no, you can almost getting it. Just couldn't get a handle on the ball. Torres, final shot time here for the Blazers. They gotta play it smart. 10 to shoot. Torres sends it to nobody.
I mean, if you have a Sean O'Malley setting a screen for you, you maximize that. Kasi kilala naman natin si Sean eh. Isa yan sa pinaka-magaling and maayos mag-set ng screen. And if you're gonna look at it, he reads it well eh.
Yeah.
Alam niya kung saan siya pupwesto after ng screen. And sigurado na pag ginamit mo yung tatama, having that wide of a base, you setting a screen for your guard, you maximize that.
That's right. It's been a Miller show here in the third. You can! No! And that's all she wrote here in the third quarter. The Red Lions maintain their lead. They increase it slightly. Going into the final frame, 65-53 should be an exciting finish. Coming right up here on Sheet TV. We welcome you back to our Final Four coverage here in NCAA Season 101. Live right now on GTV and Heart of Asia. Our score is 65-53 in favor of the San Beda Red Lions. They want to be one step away from the finals after this game. We'll find out if that will happen or will the Blazers catch up with them here in the fourth quarter. Good to have you with us, Martin Javier, Prince Rivero, and this coverage with Fatima Reyes as our courtside reporter today, the third member of the team. Quarter scoring right here have to love the consistency of the San Beda Red Lions, Prince, at hindi nila hinahayaang magtuloy-tuloy yung mga runs ng Benilde.
Oh, medyo nag-struggle sila dun sa third quarter na yun, ano? Maybe mainly because of Benilde getting all those offensive rebounds and those open layups. Na-maximize nila yung hindi pag-help nitong San Beda dun sa bigs nila, no? But, itong San Beda, sabi mo nga kanina, hindi bumababa ng 10 yung laman.
Booming start for the Red Lions. Brian Sahonia knocking down the three. 18 points now in the game and an offensive foul on Big Sean O'Malley.
Oh, natawagan ng offensive foul itong si Sean O'Malley. Pero parang hindi yata siya gumalaw dun sa screen na yun.
Here's the three first by Brian Sahonia. His third one in the game. Pero ito yung screen ni Sean O'Malley na natawagan ng offensive foul. 68-53. That will add to the woes of the Benilde Blazers. Sahonia from the other side this time.
Mark, sorry, I can't help it, pero inaantay ko yung yung tawag mo dun sa 3 points eh. Yun yung gusto ko na na shot call mo eh.
Tayo natin mamaya. But Brian Sahonia making it rain. Torres, Cabos, O'Malley wala. Rebounded almost by Sahonia, but it'll stay with Benilde. As we go back to our courtside reporter for a fourth quarter story. Nandito si Fatima Reyes. Fatima, go ahead.
Martin and Prince, it is a luxury to have a team as deep as San Beda's roster this season, because in the huddle, Coach Yuri Escueta is very open in shuffling his players, putting trust to the suggestions of each of them, and this will also be the key to sustain the momentum this fourth quarter, to continue to open communication, because that's where they are getting the right shots. Dagdag dito, nahanap daw nila ang weakness ng Blazers, at ito ay ang corners, and now that they know this, all they have to do is to utilize this and find their zone. Now let's just wait how the Red Lions will continue to convert. Martin and Prince.
That is some serious scouting from the San Beda Red Lions. Maraming salamat, Fatima Reyes. And it's been effective so far. Kaboom! Brian Sahonia!
Kanina ka ba inaantay yan, Marts?
Third triple in the fourth. And it is now a 21-point lead for San Beda. Back to our coverage. 74-53. All 9 points of San Beda. 9-0 runs sila ngayon. Came from just one guy. He has been connecting online from long distance. First one from the left, next from the right, and a third one for good measure with a defense in front of him. Brian Sahonia with 24 points today and 5 triples to his name.
Oh, ito yung Brian Sahonia na kilala natin from last season. Again, this is the most consistent he's ever been sa NCAA basketball, ano? And kanina pinag-uusapan lang natin na pag aggressive siya sa umpisa, medyo lumalamig pagdating ng gitna. But in this game, he's been consistent all throughout.
And he was their leading scorer against Benilde in the classification round, had 22 in the second encounter, 16 in the first one today. He has exceeded both efforts with 24 points. And an offensive rebound, nope. It's Sanchez collecting the board. For Benilde, this is now gonna be a major battle. Uphill for them as Sanchez puts it up and in.
Oh, kanina pa rin hinahanap ni Justin Sanchez yung mga ganong klaseng atake, ano? But he can't seem to find his rhythm. Medyo nagsastruggle siya, maybe because of the help defense coming from San Beda.
Tough time for Benilde today, 19-point lead. Sahonia fakes, fires and hits from 13 feet.
And he's feeling it.
Yeah. Grabe yung Brian Sahonia, 26 points. Sanchez stops his dribble. 76 to 55 domination by the Red Lions. Liwag turns. Smothering defense by Celso.
You know, Martin, I was about to say na since second quarter and third quarter, hindi nagkaroon ng mga touches masyado itong si Allen Liwag. Now I know why. Yung konting moments na nagkakaroon siya ng touches, makikita mo kung paano i-pack ng paint yung Beda and how they want to stop him from even catching the ball and, you know, getting space for himself.
That's right. Ito yung dalaw muna ni Brian Sahonia. He is in the zone. 11 points in the fourth quarter alone for Brian Sahonia. And this is the defense played by Celso on Allen Liwag. Liwag today, 3 out of 13 from the field.
Oh, and you know, in terms of numbers, mamaya na, balikan natin yung numbers ni Liwag.
Jomel Puno.
Oh, Jomel Puno muna.
Yeah.
That baseline drive and then reverse layup. Welcome back, Jomel Puno.
That's right. Jomel Puno out for a few games. It looked like.
Okay, so out for a few games, yung paa niya medyo nanggaling din sa out.
Yeah, that's right.
So it was called an out of bounds.
Okay. Sanchez drawing space inside. Justin Sanchez getting 2 baskets.
This is the type of aggressiveness on offense ang kailangan ng Benilde. No? Kasi parang wala sa kanila yung gusto maging aggressive. Eh. Or they can't seem to find that guy na who's gonna step up and ask for the ball and ako na bahala, take over.
And time is running out for the Blazers. Only 6.5 left in the game. Sahonia, no. Tapped out. And it goes back to Benilde. 76-57.
Kaya pala wide open yung baseline ni Jomel. Lumagpas pala siya.
Okay, tama.
Kaya
Sobra na pala.
Parang kanina sabi ko, parang ang dali nung baseline drive na yun. Tapos nung reverse layup nung pinakita yung replay, kaya pala siya sobrang open. Lumagpas pala siya sa guhit.
Dumulo na pala itong si Jomel Puno. By the way, Brian Sahonia tying a season high today with 26 points. We'll see if he can exceed that. He has a lot of time to do it. 6 minutes and 19 seconds left. But he's not on the floor. So mamaya-maya, baka makuha niya yan. Sanchez against Gonzalez. Sanchez again Gonzalez bothering Sanchez at the post.
But if you're gonna look at it, nagstay yung Beda sa depensa kay Sanchez. Even though it was a mismatch between Justin Sanchez and Nigel Gonzalez, kung makikita mo, walang double team na dumating.
They trust Nigel with that responsibility. Ito si Liwag, tap, Ancheta, Kahukom will attack. Kahukom unable to score. Sanchez getting it back. But there is a whistle. That's a foul from behind on Yuki and Andrada.
That was a good eye galing dito sa referee natin. Normally, hindi na nakikita yun dahil galing sa likod.
Yun, nasa bitan. So 2 shots coming up for Justin Sanchez na bahagyang nabubuhayan dito sa ating fourth quarter. Already has 9 points in the game.
Okay, alam ko na kung bakit walang dumating na double team doon.
Bakit?
Again, si Nigel Gonzalez, siya yung pinapadala doon sa mga players na umiinit. And so far, si Sanchez yung nagiging buhay itong Benilde Blazers para dito sa fourth quarter. Again, he has 9 points, I think. 9 points already.
10 points
10 points.
Shoot yung una.
So kay Nigel siya binigay and they trusted him. They trust him enough na hindi na kailangan ng double team. So pababayaan ka namin, depensahan mo yan, ikaw ng balance, tumap dyan, gawan mo na paraan.
Well, he has been their best defender, at least on-ball defender in the season. Ball pressure being applied by Benilde. Sanchez now with 11.6 in this fourth quarter alone. The tally is 76-59. with under 6 minutes remaining. Gonzalez bringing this one across. Yukian against Gaspay. 10 on the 24. It is with John T. Miller. Miller will pull up for 3. He knocks it down. And a chance for a 4-point play.
Oh, si Gaspay telling Coach Charles na wala daw foul. Pero if you're gonna look at the replay, may contact eh. Oh, and he tried not to get that contact.
Sinubukan naman.
Oh, sinubukan
iwasan.
naman niya. I mean, it's really tough to guard the John D. Miller. He can shoot from the outside, he can drive. And he tried his best to challenge. Nagkataon lang na nasobrahan yung challenge.
And once, you know, he gets into that movement, yung side to side, yung parang T-back pull-up na yun.
Tama. Kumbaga, hinahanap niya na yung rhythm niya eh. Yung rhythm niya dun sa shot na yun eh. And in that case, he was able to get it. And...
Oh. Nice help from Jimmy Reyes. 80 to 59 is our count. 4-point play completed by Miller. Di makalapit ng husto itong Benilde. Gaspay. Torres. There's a whistle. So, is it on Reyes? Or Lina? Tatlo. Yung sumalubong doon kay Gaspay.
Tatlo yung nakakuha na bantay nito ni Gaspay. Marts, if you're Coach Charles, and for more than 2 quarters or around 2 quarters, makikita mo na yung main guy mo nagsa-struggle sa opensa. I mean, hindi niya makuha yung pwesto niya, hindi niya makuha yung spots niya, hindi siya nakakahawak masyado ng bola. Ano yung pinakamagiging parang changes na gagawin mo on offense?
I guess you have to put him in a different position. Or mix him up with other players that will give him those positions. Kasi yung usual na galaw ng mga, let's say, the bigs. Aaron Liwag is struggling today.
Traditional big.
Yun yung usual spots niya na scouted ng San Beda. But if you put him in, like you mix things up, shake things up, maybe you can get baskets from different angles. How about you?
And again, you won't be called reigning MVP for nothing. So, ang pagiging MVP hindi lang naman yan by scoring eh. You know? So, all around yan. And for me, personally, I think, you know, if you're gonna look at the way San Beda plays defense against Allen, ano? Tuwing nawakan niya yung bola, 3, 4 yung nagko-collapse na bumabantay sa kanya. If maintindihan niya na maging decoy siya,
I was about to say,
enough para alam mo yun, mahatak niya yung depensa ng San Beda at mahanap niya yung open teammate niya, that will be so much easier para sa mga teammates niya na, you know, makahanap ng mga shots nila. Hindi sila masyado mapapagod and moving, pero makahanap niya.
Just like in this sequence, Prince, Liwag, you see Jimmy Reyes helping out. Ancheta was open on the left wing.
Yes, and 3 yung bantay na nandun sa paint, you know, to stop and help. So if makikita niya yung mga teammates niya, I mean kung ma-recognize niya kung kanino nanggagaling yung helper na depensa at doon niya ibibigay yung pasa, chances are magkakaroon sila ng maybe a step or 1 second na open look. And eventually, I think if you leave a player open, hindi naman siguro buong game, magmimintis yan.
Again, if you've watched the NCAA enough, you know San Beda is one of the best scouting teams in the league.
I mean, look at the lineup. Hindi lang sa players, pati sa coaching staff. Diba? The combined experience of the coaching staff nitong San Beda, amateur and the pro scene, collegiate scene, at saka yung mga accomplishments ng mga coaches nila, mabigat.
That's right. That's true. So, just a quick stat here. Miller and Sahonia a combined 51 points. Benilde just has a little more, 60 points on the board. So, grabe yung produksyon ng John T. Miller at Brian Sahonia.
Speaking of that speaking of that, you know, swing movement, side-to-side movement, nakuha na naman niya yung movement na yon, and, you know, he's comfortable enough in taking those shots, even if there's a guy in front of him.
28 points for Jonty Miller. Oh, pauwi mula dito kay Ian Torres.
Another Torres three-pointer. Pangalawa. Para sa buong team.
That's right. Ito si Jonty Miller. 28 points. Miller takes it in. Hard foul given up by Gaspay. So 2 shots for Miller. How about this? Again, it's the same matchup, but Jonty slide in and out to his left side. And he knocks it down. Ian Torres with a counter right here. His second 3 of the game. Second or 2 of the 3 threes of Benilde so far is from Ian Torres as Miller continues to stay on the ground. He's a little bit shaken up. Not enough to keep him down though. So Miller with 28 points. Rare miss from the free throw line from Jonty Miller.
Oo parang nawalan kasi siya ng hangin
Yeah.
sa contact na nangyari prior to this free throw.
Season high for Jonty is 34 points. And he is just 5 points away from tying that. Ito. May banggaan. Jonty Miller tsaka Jake Gaspay. Under 4 minutes left. Torres lays it up and in. And he gets the continuation. Ian Torres trying to bring Benilde back in this one. He has been well, one of the bright spots. One of the few bright spots ng Benilde ngayong araw na to.
Sa kanya nang gagaling yung yung konting buhay in terms of scoring dito sa Benilde Blazers.
Skechers Basketball Comfort that performs Skechers Basketball fan performance of the game. Once again, these are the Bedans in attendance with the complete props.
Oo, pati outfit, no?
Oh, yeah, may jersey pa.
Kitang-kita mo talaga yung yung suporta na nanggagaling.
Jonty Miller jersey yan Okay yan 84-66. SJ Moore interfering. Moore sprays, swing, Torres, too strong. And Jimmy Reyes does the wise thing to wait it out. Reyes handing against Torres. Jimmy against SJ. Trying to shake him off. Kalimag. This is stolen by Torres. SJ Moore. Moore off the hop, behind the back. Yeah, too difficult a situation for SJ Moore that time. Under 3 minutes left in game number 1 between San Beda and Benilde. Reyes. Kalimag. Got it! RC Kalimag joins the 3-point party for the Red Lions. Torres counters right back with his own.
That's his third three-pointer of the game. Third and only three-pointer of the Benilde Blazers.
So Reyes brings it across. And again, it's not enough that they're exchanging baskets with San Beda here. RC Kalimag goes too strong. And here comes Ian Torres once again. 15 points or 18 points. Heading into the final 2 minutes. Torres, kahukom. No. And now Benilde is 4 out of 24 from long distance. Beda looking for the finishing touches. It is with Nigel Gonzalez. Gonzalez, too strong. And Tulia with the offensive board. Fresh clock for Beda.
That was a beautiful court-touch screen by Bismarck Lina. Pero nakuha pa rin nila yung offensive rebound.
Pull-up jumper, got it! Jimmy Reyes putting this game to bed.
Oh, I mean, if there's a team na nagising on the right side of the bed, like things are just falling for them.
Yeah.
No, alam mo yun, yung mga, kahit yung mga tira na parang ang labo pumasok, nauhulog pa rin. That's Beda.
Yeah. And now they will deploy some of the players on the bench. Amora comes in alongside Gonzalida. Para naman dito sa Benilde Blazers. Is this Gonzaga? Yeah. Replacing Jake Gaspay. Or no, replacing one of the bigs. Gaspay will take the free throw. But this has been a statement performance for the Beda Red Lions. About to go 3-0 over Benilde. Their final 4 tormentors in season 100.
I mean, having a start like this,
Yeah.
that's a Final Four natin, ano? Like what you said, it's a statement game. Alam mo yun, they're really here for business.
Yeah.
And yung first 2 games nila, syempre, wala si Liwag on the second one. Pero in this game, like what I said earlier, parehong teams natin kompleto. So, wala kang pagkukunan talaga na pwede mong masabi na kasi ganito, kasi ganyan. So, parehas sila kompleto with full scouting report from each other. Beda outperformed itong Benilde the entire game. And like what you said, hindi bumababa ng 10 yung lamang ng Beda. And talagang nag-struggle itong Benilde, especially from beyond the arc.
You're right. Benilde got to within 10 a few times in the second half. Pero nothing beyond that.
Oo. I mean, 1 from Sean Umali, and then 3 galing kay Torres.
That's right. So, Reyes, half minute left. Jimmy Reyes, steady hands at the point. 20 seconds left here in game number 1. And that's been the story. Jimmy Reyes taking it away. 10 seconds left for a masterful game number 1 performance for the Beda Red Lions. Beda will draw first blood in this semi-final matchup with Benilde. Skechers Basketball conquered that performance. Skechers Basketball best player performance of the game is from Jonty Miller. 29 points, 9 rebounds, and 1 assist. Just spectacular. And when he's not scoring, he's playmaking and he's playing defense on the other side.
What a consistent game para kay Jonty Miller. Alam mo, umpisa hanggang dulo, makikita mo kung paano niya talaga pinush yung opensa nitong Beda. And syempre, hindi rin natin pwedeng kalimutan si Brian Sahonia.
Yeah. 26 points para kay Brian Sahonia, going 5 out of 8 from the great beyond.
Oh, and yun yung times na nagkakaroon ng run itong Benilde Blazers.
Tama. Let's listen to the school hymn first of Beda University. Game number 1, domination for the Beda Red Lions. The final score is 91-72. They're not yet done though. Mga kapuso, stick around for our post-game coverage. First up, here on the broadcast booth, we'll have Coach Yuri Escueta. Welcome back to our coverage, and we begin our post-game discussion of this matchup between Beda and Benilde. Game number 1 of the semifinals. It is the Red Lions coming out on top, 91-72. Martin Javier with Prince Rivero. As promised, kasama natin ngayon ang ating winning head coach, Coach Yuri Escueta of Beda. Congratulations, Coach.
Coach, congratulations po.
Iba talaga yung coaching ng Yuri Escueta. Coach, talk about the preparation. Kasi parang talagang scouted nyo yung Benilde dito sa laban natin. You had them in the corner, trapped in the corner all game long.
Hindi naman. That's hard to do against this well-coached CSB team. Nobody wins a series with one game. So I'm sure CSB is gonna be better next game. They'll have some adjustments. We'll have our adjustments. And hopefully we come to the next game, same mindset, same focus, and lock into defense.
Coach, tanungin ko lang kasi last season sa Benilde kayo natalo sa Final Four. You were hoping to go back to the finals for a repeat of your championship. You were stopped by Benilde in the semifinals. Nasa isip nyo ba yan going into this game? At paano nag-respond yung mga players mo nung pinaalala nyo?
Well, as much as ayoko ipaalala sa kanila,
Okay.
since sabi ko nga this is a different team that we have now, I'm sure nasa isip nila yun. And CSB has always been a tough team to beat, especially in the in the final four. So we just have to be ready for our next game. Yun lang.
Okay.
Okay.
Sinasagot ko ba yung tanong mo?
Okay yun, Coach. Okay yun, Coach.
Actually, maganda yung sagot mo dun, Coach. Pero yung sa akin naman, Coach, in terms of preparation papunta dito sa game na to, we all know na si Allen Liwag, wala siya during sa previous matchup ninyo. And ano yung pinaka naging parang how were you able to set the mindset of your players na malaking magiging impact ni Liwag dun sa game pagbalik niya, and paano niyo siya masustop in terms of, getting the ball and then producing para dito sa Benilde?
Well, of course, unang-una, challenge ko yung bigs ko.
Okay.
Si Joe, Biz, UP. So last time we played them, their bigs really dominated yung bigs namin, especially offensively. So yun yung unang ginawa ko, challenge ko yung bigs ko. And I think they did a better job today. Liwag, of course, yung former MVP, hirap talaga. You have to guard him in the post, you have to guard him in the perimeter, tapos iba-box out mo pa. So talagang triple effort from our guys ang kailangan talaga. Yun lang, I just ask for the effort nila.
Coach, dito sa laban na to, sa second half, within 10 points lang, ganun lang kalapit yung Benilde, tapos umaarangkada na kayo. Talk about the quick response of your team, lalong-lalo na pag umuunti-unti na, humahabol na yung Benilde.
Unang-una, we didn't even mind that or na pinansin na lamang kami. We just, our focus was every possession is to make a stop, to be able to execute properly offensively. Ganun lang. We weren't even looking at the score. Important is yung one play at a time mindset lang. And I told them, even in this game, this is just one game. We have to focus again for next game. And kailangan namin maging we have to rest well.
Yeah.
Kasi yung next game is Friday na kagad. So hopefully nobody is hurt and healthy kami come Friday.
Okay. Before we look into game number 2, which is going to be on Friday, like you mentioned, at the Mall of Asia Arena, I want to talk about your three-point shooting because you're almost unbeatable when you're shooting like this. You nailed 12 three-pointers. Sinisilip niya po yung stats ngayon. 12 out of 28 from long distance. Ano yung diferensya, Coach, dun sa mga games na off kayo, tapos dito sa mga games na talagang parang hindi kayo nagmiminte sa labas?
You see, walang difference.
Okay.
Even if we're missing, even if we're making our shots, as long as it's an open shot, we'll take it. It's the confidence that I have in my players. I see them work every day, every morning, every after practice. I have full confidence in them in taking shots. When you play CSB, it's hard to take open shots. They're they defend our three-points namin very well. So it's good that we were able to make shots when we were open.
Okay, one more question, Coach. Watching the entire game kanina, na-notice ko lang, Coach, na yung mga bigs nyo, they weren't really looking for their shots. Ang nakita ko talaga kanina is them setting up their teammates, setting those great screens, boxing out the other big guys inside, making sure na malimit sila into one possession and mabawasan yung offensive rebounds nila. Malaking bagay ba, Coach, na yung big man mo ay nagsakripisyo ng mga sarili nila na offense para mabigyan ng mas magandang looks yung teams?
Alam mo yan, big man ka. Hats off talaga to our bigs for really, setting good screens, sacrificing their bodies, especially against CSB bigs, and being able to hustle for yung rebounds na yan, which is very important for us. Of course, getting our guards open. And I couldn't say anything less than talagang iba ang sakripisyo ng mga bigs, especially si Joe, si Biz, Yuki, even setting screens for him, malaking bagay.
Coach, to make it more exciting for you guys in this game, aside from the defense, making shots from the outside, sabay pumutok yung Sahonia at John T. Miller, combining for 55 points in this game alone. Coach, it happened as well in your very first matchup against the Benilde Blazers na tinalo nyo sila in double figures. What will what will it require from your team for that to happen again on Friday?
Well, I'm sure they won't be able to see the same shots that you had today.
Yeah.
CSB's coaching staff will make adjustments. We have to be ready for them to get the same looks.
Coach, you're the father of this team. Any time to celebrate after this? It's a big win. Wala pa?
Wala pa.
Okay. Di muna. Back to the drawing board.
Yes.
Sila Coach Yuri Escueta. Coach, congratulations.
Thank you.
Grabe, dominating performance by the Red Lions. Coach, your chance to greet everybody watching you guys.
Salamat po sa lahat ng mga bidista. Of course, mga nagpunta sa Araneta. Hope to see you po in Mall of Asia. Malaking bagay po nakikita kayo ng mga players natin. Yung supporter niyo po gives them a lot of confidence and energy. I also saw yung mga former players. It's nice to see them here na supporting yung mga teammates sila.
Yan, dami niyan, Coach. Magkabilang panig dito. Yan.
And mga future teammates.
Mga, uy,
Future teammates.
Oo nga.
Sa CSB yung future teammate mo.
Yan na, nahuhuli ka tuloy. Nahuhuli ka tuloy. But Coach,
thank you
so much and congratulations
thank you guys
on this win. Again, 91-72 in favor of San Beda here in Game 1 of their semifinal matchup. We'll talk to more people, this time from the players' side sa ating pong pagbabalik sa NCAA Season 101. Welcome back to our coverage post-game of this matchup between San Beda and Benilde. Final score is 91-72. Martin Javier with Prince Rivero taking you through this post-game discussion. Now we are with our best player of the game, erupting for 29 points in game number 1 is John T. Miller of San Beda.
Don't forget about the 9 rebounds.
Hey, I had to be 10. I wanted to be 10.
Okay, I want to know first, how was your first Final Four experience here in the NCAA, intensity-wise and vibe-wise, atmosphere-wise? How was it for you?
Oh, I loved it. I love those type of games. I love those type of atmospheres. I'm glad we had a good crowd today, and I was able to put on a show.
Okay, you had 29 points today, and we saw moves that we didn't see, which was unexpected because we thought we've seen everything from you already in our classification round, but you pulled out some moves.
Right.
Hang time, lefty finishes here. I mean, you know, you still have a few moves up your sleeve that you're not showing us.
No.
Okay, so you're just revealing it here.
Yeah.
How comfortable are you out here in Araneta?
Oh, I'm very comfortable. Shout out to my coaches. We practiced here yesterday, so I got used to the court and everything. And last game I played here, I was breaking, so I had to make sure I locked in on my shot, and I think I shot a good percentage today.
Yeah, very good percentage. 29 points and 9 rebounds. Prince?
Okay, now that the game is done, after this game, how do you feel that you were highlight farming the entire game?
Highlight for me.
Yeah, highlight farming the entire game. I mean, like what Martin said earlier, we thought we've seen the moves that you already did, but we haven't. I mean, you finishing those tough shots, what was the preparation behind that all throughout the season?
I'm always prepared. I'm always able to, like I kept telling y'all all year, I'm more than just a basketball player. So that comes with everything. There's like, if someone's taking something away, then I'm gonna go do the next thing. I'm able to adapt. I'm able to improv out there. So yeah, I'm just glad I get to display that to y'all. And I did some passes for y'all too. I told y'all.
You did. Yeah, some wraparound passes and threading the needle as well. But it's crazy to say that you had 29 points, and that's not your career high. You had 34 points in one game. Jonty, talk about the pressure here in game number 1. Obviously, the stakes are higher here in the semifinals.
Right.
Are you adding a little bit more intensity in your game, a little bit pressure to perform on the stage?
There's no pressure for me. I don't ever get pressure. I'm always comfortable out there. I'm always poised, staying humble. So it's just pressure. I kind of like turn that into like I want adversity, like I want to play.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's no pressure. It's always just coming out there, doing your best, giving your heart out. And
Look at this.
See, that's the highlight farming I was talking about.
Yeah. You went to the left and shot it with the left
right.
with a defender in front of you.
Yeah, shout out to my dad. My dad used to literally tie my hand behind my back and made me train with my left hand. Yeah. So,
okay.
So that's the secret.
Yeah.
I know.
He shared it.
Okay. So how many hours did you do that? And at what age?
I've been playing basketball since I was like 3 years old. I always used to go. My dad is a basketball player, so when I was a baby, he used to go to open runs and have me in the crib watching open runs. So I was always around the game of basketball, and I've been training since I was 3, but training on the big rim, not the little rim.
Okay. All right. Jonty, obviously family is a big part of your life, as they're one of the biggest motivations why you play basketball. What was their message to you going into the semifinals, finals here in the NCAA?
Oh, it's just my dad. My mom and my nana and everybody just be like, I'm gonna just be watching, shoot some threes. But my dad, he really just, I be on the phone with him all the time, and he would tell me like what to do, and even at halftime, what to do, what the adjustments. So yeah, shout out to him always. Before
we make you greet your loved ones here, how do you cool down from a hot game like this? You just scored 29 points.
31 minutes.
31 minutes. How do you unwind? How do you cool down?
Probably gonna go eat some food first of all.
Okay.
Rejuvenate the body, and then play 2K, and then probably watch some Netflix.
Grabe. 2K is.
What's the post-workout meal?
The post-workout meal? Anything I'm feeling. Like right now, I'm feeling a little bit of I don't know. I'm feeling a little Crostas pizza.
Oh! Wow, good choice.
Yeah,
good
I'm feeling that right now.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank y'all.
Jonty Miller, 29 points. Your opportunity to greet everybody watching right now.
Shout out to my dad, my mom, my nana, my grandpa, and RP my brother 9 always.
All right. Jonty, congratulations.
Thank you.
We'll talk to more players. Up next, nandito po si Nigel Gonzalez kasama ni Fatima Reyes. Fatima?
Yes, Martin, I'm one with the players who dominated today's game, Nigel Gonzalez. Nigel, first of all, congratulations. Siyempre, unang tanong, anong pakiramdam na hindi nyo lang naipanalo yung larong ito? You dominated the game.
Siyempre, masaya kami kasi yung schemes nila coach, yung mga gusto nila ipagawa na execute namin. Kaya naging ganyan kalaki yung lamang namin. And kita mo talaga sa teammates ko na gusto namin manalo.
Nigel, balikan ko ng konti yung before the game. Sabi sa akin ni Yuki, siya daw personally na-excite nung nalaman na Benilde yung kalaban. Naghintay kasi kayo ng konti kung sino yung kalaban nyo. Ikaw personally, anong pakiramdam, anong reaction mo nung nalaman yung Benilde yung kalaban natin ngayong araw?
Well, nung parang nag-usap-usap kami na okay, we have to lock in kasi same team na tumalo sa amin sa last year's Final Four eh. So gustong-gusto namin talaga sila mabawian. And happy kami na nakuha namin yung first game.
Ramdam namin yung gigil ngayong araw. Pero ngayon, balikan natin yung laro ngayong araw. Ano sa tingin mo yung nag-work sa team nyo na gusto mong baunin for the next game sa Friday?
Kanina kasi before nung start ng game, may sinulat si Coach Yuri sa board namin na be aggressive sa defensive and offensive side. And feel ko yun yung nag-work sa amin na mas aggressive team kami today kaysa sa Benilde. And sana madala namin sa second game.
So, we can expect a more aggressive Red Lions on December 5. Ngayon, Nigel, I'll give you the chance to greet all the supporters who supported your team today. Go ahead.
Unang-una, nagpapasalamat ako kay God for giving us the win today. And nagpapasalamat rin ako sa mga bedista na pumunta dito live. And sa parents ko, kay daddy, kay mami, and sa mga kapatid ko. Yun, maraming salamat.
Nigel, congratulations again and good luck sa susunod na laro. Balik sa inyo, Martin and Prince.
Thank you so much, Fatima Reyes, Nigel Gonzalez, playing very well on both ends of the court for the Beda Red Lions today. But speaking of playing well, etong katabi natin, erupted for a season/career high. 26 points today in game number 1. Brian Sahonia. Grabe ka naman. 26 points. Ang ganda ng simula mo. 10 first quarter points. Okay. How did you approach this game? Gaano kaganda yung gising mo? What was the preparation like in this matchup with Benilde?
Ano lang, yung ginagawa ko lagi pag may game, shooting ako, umaga akong gising, shooting, tapos kain, tapos balik konti tulog, tapos yun,
Shooting ulit.
buti pumasok yung mga tira ko ngayon.
Alam mo yung siesta yung key dyan eh. Yung
Oo, minsan
nap ng
kasi
konti.
pag sobrang haba, parang ang bigat ng pakiramdam eh,
Ayan.
di ba?
Ito, pinagaan niyo yung pakiramdam mo. But Brian, it feels like you like playing against Benilde. Kasi nung una nyo, 16 points.
Oh, dalawa rin sila na nag-erupt yung game na yun.
That's right. And then 22 points second matchup today, 26 points. What is it about facing the Blazers that makes you extra motivated? Lalong-lalo na dito sa Final Four pa natin.
Well, wala naman kasi ako graduating na rin eh, and gusto ko lang manalo. Yun laging sinaisip sa isip ko na hindi pwedeng matalo kami, kailangan mag-finals rin ako kahit paano.
Okay, and then, like what you said, graduating ka nga, ano yung palagi mong sinasabi dun sa mga teammates mo na susunod dun sa mga graduating players ngayon na papalit sa mga yapak ninyo? Ano yung parang palagi mong pinapayo sa kanila na dapat para sa'yo tatandaan nila?
Ano lang, sinasabi ko lang na kailangan hindi sila magsawa magtatrabaho and lagi nilang gawin yung best nila, laro sa laro, and kailangan maging star player sila sa role nila.
Uy, ang ganda ng sagot na yun, yung become the star player dun sa sarili mong role. And again, nabanggit natin kanina, how some of the players sacrifice talaga their body and their offense para magawa yung roles nila.
Okay. So, last year, Brian, I think you were there. Nung tinalo kayo ng Benilde dun sa Final Four. Naalala nyo ba yun? May konti bang tanim dyan? Papunta dito sa matchup na to?
Yun nga, laging inuulit sa amin ni Coach Yurs yun eh. And siguro yun yung sinasabi niya para i-motivate kami na kailangan hindi na maulit yung mga ganun mangyayari. So yun, nag-response naman kami.
Okay. Simula pa lang to. Game number 1, you still have game number 2 on Friday. From your experience as a player, Brian, siyempre yung mga close-out games, yan yung mga mahirap talaga makuha.
Oo, yung pressure niyan, sobrang taas.
Yeah. Ano yung usually kailangan i-require mo lang sa team para makapasok kayo sa finals?
Siguro yung depensa namin, yun talaga yung key namin eh. And yung offense naman, lahat naman kami capable to score. And yun, kailangan namin mag-lock in sa ensayo. Tignan namin kung ano mga adjustment na gagawin namin.
Okay, ikaw naman, paano ka mag-wind down? Ano yung routine mo para after the game?
Makapagpahinga and recover.
Yun, pahinga ngayon and bukas ensayo na ulit kami. And focus lang kami sa scouting namin.
Okay. Brian Sahonia, 26 points today. Batiin mo na lahat ng nanonood sa inyo.
Una-una sa lahat, nagpapasalamat ako kay God and thank you sa panalo and sa mga Beda community na walang sumusuporta sa amin. Sa family ko sa Iloilo, sa mama at papa ko, sa mga kapatid ko, sa mga pamangking ko dyan na nanonood ngayon. At sa girlfriend ko, kay Marjorie, and sa family niya, pati na rin kay Il Magsipok, sa kaibigan ko. Yun, thank you.
Monster game for Brian Sahonia, 26 points. And more importantly, they get the dominating win here in game number 1 over the Benilde Blazers, 91-72. That's Brian Sahonia here. Again, siya at si John T. Miller combining for a total of 55 points.
55 points.
Grabe, ang bigat ng dalawang players na yan. Congratulations, Brian. Now, we check out the final numbers of this game. What sticks out for you, Prince?
Okay, if you're gonna look at the numbers here sa screen ninyo, Beda practically shot the lights out.
Yeah.
Again, Sahonia, Miller, shooting really great from beyond the arc, and syempre si Kapitan Yuki, and Benilde really struggled in terms of shooting from the outside with 4 out of 24. Hindi yata nila naabot yung regular percentage nila, 3-point percentage nila dito sa game na to. Although nakuha nila yung offensive rebounds, if you're gonna look at the starter points, napakabigat. Kasi 23 points lang ang na-provide ng starters ng Benilde Blazers compared to 76 starter points ng Beda.
And Alan Liwag was neutralized today by the Beda Red Lions. Again, scouting-wise, they're one of the best in neutralizing the star players on the other side. Okay.
Oo, and syempre props din kay Coach Yuri. Binanggit niya kanina kung paano nagsakripisyo yung big man niya, yung mga big guys niya para ma-stop itong si Allen Liwag and the rest of the big guys from Benilde Blazers.
That's right. Okay, final numbers right here. And Prince, it is essential for the Blazers to find their touch from the outside to at least keep up with the three-point shooting of San Beda if they want to extend this series. Mga kapuso, we'll go to a quick break. More features when we come back. Welcome back to our coverage, and we continue to discuss this game between San Beda and Benilde. Now we'll introduce week number 6 and some of the awesome plays that happened during that week. Panoorin po natin.
NCAA playoffs na mga kapuso. Kaya naman bago natin ipagpatuloy ang mga may init na bakbakan sa hardcourt, ating balikan ang awesome plays sa huling linggo ng group stage ng Season 101. Sa number 10,
sa pass-up. 6 on the shot clock. Sa pass-up. Concepcion for 3. Yam! Concepcion!
Yam Concepcion pinatulog ang Golden Stag sa kanyang mabigat na 3 puntos sa overtime. Dito naman sa number 9.
Throwing now 3 defenders on Sean.
Hinakount na talaga doon Sean Umali, pero nagawa niya pa rin ang paraan.
17 points for Sean Umali.
Isang basic baseline drop step mula sa big man ng Benilde na si Sean Umali. Para sa number 8.
Sa pass-up, Cuenco. Gonzalez. Gonzalez Tunitura. Baseline spin. Oh! Oh!
Napatayo ang buong Mapúa bench sa sidestep na ito mula kay Cyrus Nitura. Continuing the countdown at number 7.
4-5. Kasi he's a guy that can switch on the pick and roll, can be a help side defender. Beautifully done. Two-man game between Manalili and Omega.
It's Titing Manalili with a special delivery to Mark Denver Omega. At number 6.
Execution nila ba nun pagka ganito, Anton, mga tight games.
Renzo Abiera. Renzo Abiera glides through the air for the pretty lay-in. Here at number 5.
Goho Cruz with a steal. Goho Cruz! Mark Goho Cruz goes airborne.
Mark Goho Cruz goes airborne. Air Gojo strikes again. Ituloy natin sa number 4.
Going straight to the cup.
Dale Lucero loves to reject the ball screen. Almost every time talagang i-reject niya yan. Kaya as you see that layup, that answer by Jonathan Manalili. So,
Titing Manalili, pinaglaruan na naman ng depensa. Ay, ay, ay. Ito pa ang isang malupit na pasa sa number 3.
Reyes. What a pass.
Grabe yun.
What a pass and what a shot.
Jimmy Reyes umatake sa loob at biglang pinasa sa labas kay Yukian Andrada for 3. Here's a crazy one at number 2.
Almost rebound for Ongotan. We go deep into this one. The final 2 minutes. Somehow, Ongotan makes it work.
T-Mac Ongotan on the fast break loses his defender, falls down, but not before putting the ball up for an insane finish. And at number 1,
Reyes. Still hounded by Sean. 8 to shoot. Pocket pass. Miller from the same spot. Got it!
it's Miller time. San Beda rookie MVP candidate Jonty Miller with a clutch triple to defuse the JRU Heavy Bomber comeback. At ayan po ang mga awesome plays sa Week 6 ng NCAA Season 101, Building Greatness.
Awesome plays from week number 6 of the competition. Jonty Miller taking the top spot. And speaking of Miller, they'll be back in action on Friday. Game number 2 of this series against Benilde. First game po natin at 12 noon. We go to the Mall of Asia Arena in Pasay City. And then the second game, it's gonna be Perpetual versus Letran. Of course, the Knights are ahead in this series, 1-0. A victory will put them back in the finals.
Yes, ano? So, napakaganda. Kasi, again, this might be the final game para sa parehas na magkalaban. Siyempre, with Letran and Perpetual, and then San Beda versus CSB, dito natin malalaman kung kaya pa nila na ma-extend itong series. Siyempre, mas maganda kung ma-extend nila. Mas maraming chance na mas marami pang makakanood. And at the same time, dun sa extension na yun, kumbaga 0-0 ulit.
That's right. Okay. If ever, game 3 natin, announce namin. Baka linggo. Yan. Yun na. Ano lang.
If ever.
Sa inyo. If ever.
If ever. If ever.
Okay. Prince, thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin.
Okay, we hope you enjoyed our offering today. First game po natin, Letran winning it over Perpetual. 77-73 was Jimboy Estrada scoring 15 points to lead the way for the Knights. And in the second game, 91-72 victory for San Beda over Benilde. Jonty Miller with 29 points and 9 rebounds leading his team. On behalf of the entire crew, my partner Prince Rivero, of course our courtside reporter, nandyan si Fatima Reyes, ating panel director Pakasenya, floor director Roy Tulio, game producer is Manny Gabutina, and of course our director at the helm is Direk Raul De Ocampo. This is Martin Rivera saying thank you for tuning in. This has been the Final 4 of NCAA Season 101 on GTV.
Squall. Black and Valley number 19, Daryl Valdiavilla. That's his first personal one on Letran. Villanueva for David Aguirre. Number 13, Noel Latseta. That's his first personal one on EAC. Shooting 2, Travis Laswell. Sensation, Christian Aliab. For Brent Saganas. Diabilia. Time and EAC Brigadiers. Sensation, John Domingo for play bonus. John Rain to the crease for Kelly Villanelle. Seconds on the shot clock, 7.5 seconds to shoot. It's his first personal due on the Squires. Sensation James Castro for an all-out shutdown. Foul number 15, Nico Pasquale. That's his first personal, team down number 3. Sensation and welcome Cañero for Alvin Villanueva. Sensation Ken Auditor for Joe Domingo. Shot clock at 14 seconds. Number 9, Justin Cargo. John Ray de la Cruz shooting 2. Violations at Street Free for John Ray de la Cruz. Pushing foul at number 27, the Lamage penalty. Sensation. Marvin Casita for Isaiah Chua. Cyril Makahimai. And White shooting 2 reverse. Princeton Cardinal. On shorts are like foul at number 15, Mingo Pascual. Sa station, Army mga dagdag. For Mingo Pascual. Shooting 2 shots, get Auditor. Sa station, Glenn Bonus or Gan Auditor. Ball possession for the EAC Brigadiers. Shot clock at 14 seconds. Number 27, Dale Lumage, that's his second personal. Shooting 2, Brent Staganas. Second personal. Shooting 2 free throws, Glenn Bonus. First quarter, it's the Letran Squires, 18 EAC Brigadiers mid-game. Start of the second quarter. Number 13, that's his second personal on the Brigadiers. At the line, shooting to Harvey Mahadagdag. Warning number 71, Animal Caballero, for violation of uniform protocol. Substitution into the gear, number 6 ball, come back into the Squires, Arellano for the 1-1 setup. Shot clock at 14 seconds. Letran Squires. then again, it's his first personal one on the Squires. Substitution, Daryl Valdeamina. For Justin Cargo. Shooting 2 shots, Glenn Bonus. Naganas. Number 3, Neil Garcia. Penalty, that's his second personal. Shooting 2 free throws for Naganas. Substitution, Benilde for Neil Garcia. Letran, Squires. Traveling violation. Altas station, with Staganas for Well and Center. Alvin Villanueva and the line, shooter 2. The AC Brigadiers will opt for the Coaches Challenge. Challenge is successful. EC Brigadiers basketball. We got 2 minutes. Kelly Coronel. Start of the third quarter. Patrick Valley, number 15, Mika Pascual, that's his third personal. Substitution, RB Mamadagdag for Miko Pascual. RB Mamadagdag. Substitution, Joe Domingo for Kristen Aliaba. Violet number 3, Clint Bonus. That's his second personal one on the Brigadiers. James Castro for Glenn Bonus. For the Squires. Number 23, Earl Dahina, that's his third personal, 2 on Letran. And 1 for Preston on Leon. Foul offensive foul on number 23, Earl Dahino. Technical foul on number 16, Joe Domingo. Neil Garcia for Earl Dahino. Preston Eliam Green. Game disqualifying foul on number 16, Joe Domingo, out of the playing court. charge. Shot clock at 14 seconds. Pushing foul to number 8, Tristan Aliab. Ring Rose and Neil Garcia. Ethan Garnier. 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter. Ethan, and this was ball 3. Second foul to number 10, Nelson Villanueva. That's his first personal. Substitutions, Ariel Maganibay for Prince Tagadas. Daryl Valdeavilla. Isaiah Chua coming in for the Squires. James Costa for Tristan Aliab. The Green Cross are Kelly Godinel. Bond review, no basket. At the end of the third quarter, it's the Letran Squires up by 157, the EAC Brigadiers 56. Start of the fourth quarter. Warning on the bench of the EAC Brigadiers. Number 27, Dave Lamagin, and sister Versatile. One on Letran. His second personal to on the Squires. In favor of the lead. Squall. Substitution, Kristen Eliab for James Castro. No basket. Shot clock violation. Number 16, Nathan again. That's his second personal, team down number 3. Seconds out the shot clock, 10 seconds to shoot. Officials timeout. Sensation, Reds Dragadas, coming in for the Brigadiers. Justin Cardinal. Kelly Connell. Travis Pasquale. Noel Zeta 3. Traveling violation. Substation Earl Mahino. Ordale Lamage. Caitlin Aguirre. Cyril Makahimai. Diamond Letran Squires. Brigadiers. The Red Rose of Justin Cargo. Number 6, Ariel Makaibay. Substitution, Daniel Lamage for Earl Dehino. Number 6, Ariel Makaibay. Substitution, Kristen Liam. William Leva for Justin Cargo. Kristen Liam for Ariel Makaibay. Shooting 2 shots, Nathan Igier. Jump ball possession in favor of the AC Brigadiers. Timeout, AAC Brigadiers. Shot clock at 14 seconds. Kelly go down three. Shot clock at 14 seconds. Number 11, Travis Pasquale. That's his first personal team foul number 4. Time at EAC Brigadiers. Pasquale, penalty. It's his second personal. At the line, shooting 2 free throws, Prince Naganas. Pasquale, that's his fourth personal penalty. Two free throws for Tristan Leal. Letran, score! selling